right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's session.
Good morning,
welcome, Anastasiia.
Sorry.
Good morning. No, it's good. All good. You're learning. You're learning how to interrupt me. That's great.
I'm getting tolerated. I took some advices from our audience. I'm trying to implement them alone.
Yeah, they know me. I'm just so impulsive. I try not to interrupt, but sometimes I'm just interrupting, and we have people in the comments saying like, Anastasiia, you have to understand. You have to interrupt him. Oh yeah, we do have a fantastic community. Okay, guys. So I've promised last week. I promised to do a 60K celebration giveaway, and I said we're gonna do that on Monday. And then Monday came along, and my fiance told me. Well, she asked me, "Do you remember that thing I told you months ago about you having to take care of our son today?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course, I remember." So I had to take the day off on Monday and then do the giveaway. And then I promised to do it yesterday, but here we are today, and we're going to do it today. Okay, so let's do that today. I got the giveaway link in the description of the live stream. You got the secret code is 60K. It's also in the description. So make sure you go in and you register for that one. We're going to give away 2 accounts today throughout the live stream. And I want you all to make sure that you do remember to hit the like of the video, because apparently the marketing department, maybe I'm not supposed to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. The marketing department had decided not to send out an email. So today we're going to show them that the YouTube algorithm likes what we're doing here. And for that to be possible, you need to hit that like. All right, here we go. What are we trading? Are we even trading anything today? Because we have Trump. We have Trump, with the tariffs. He called it something, the day, like the Liberation Day or something like that. It's crazy.
Style, probably something, yeah.
Yeah. So, do we know when that is happening?
It's in the evening. It's going to be 10 o'clock Central European time. So we have the few days still. I think the market are going to be quite volatile. I did have 2 options. Either they're going to do nothing, so the market is just going to stay calm. But looking at it right now, it's probably the other option, where it's like a lot of volatility and everyone is trying to bet on what is going to happen, in the evening as well. So let's see, because some countries as well already said that tomorrow on April 3rd, they're going to announce their reverse tariffs depending on what US is going to say today. So I think we're going to have a couple of very interesting days. So let's have a look at this.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be very interesting. We do see for example, we have Euro USD right here, where we did look for a possible break to the downside. I still think we're going to get the break to the downside here. I mean, what I see here is a good, at least a possible break of structure right here with the retest of that level. And I do think we're going to go down here, but nothing in the markets. The markets, they never move in a straight line, and we're going to get situations where it might move further down, but the question is when and how, and how quick is that going to happen. But I do see, I mean, it could potentially create a range down here, which we are pretty much doing now. But I do feel like Euro USD should, like, technically it looks like it's going to break down. But then we have gold as well. Gold had an insane move yesterday, and now you can look at the daily. It had, well, not yesterday, the whole week here. We've had all from last week, and then we broke out on Friday, and we continued higher on Monday. And it seems like we're holding support here and could potentially see another all-time highs. So, I mean, I want to be trading gold today. I feel like gold is quite volatile, and if you were able to get in on a move, just get a good entry and see if you can let that one run, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, gold, you saw how far they went to the upside with together with silver in the past hour, just 1 hour. That was really crazy.
Yeah. Silver, what is that? XAG, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. I'm never looking at silver. What is silver doing though? Let's look at.
Yesterday I did sell it and it was really good. I exited right at the bottom, and today it was just flew straight back to the upside, and I wasn't even able to catch it yet.
I think silver makes more sense. I feel like silver is more logical in its movements here. It does on the daily look very good. And William, thank you for that comment. Happy to hear that it worked. I wonder why I didn't, because I showed you my system and you're trading it and you're making money, but I'm not even trading it. So I should probably be trading that. But for those of you who are wondering, yesterday in the live stream, I showed a specific system that I've developed and trade. So make sure you go back if you haven't watched that. And I'm going to be showing some setups of that in today's live as well, if you're interested. Amin says basically no volatility. I don't see any movement. Can you show me the volatility? What? You're not seeing any movement on gold? What world do you live in?
How is that?
Look at
this is no movement. What is the movement?
This is the 1 minute. Okay, so we have from this morning, gold has moved up. Yeah, over 0.5%. So I mean, there's volatility, all right. There's a lot of volatility here. We can even look at the 5 minute. Look how nicely it reacts to these levels. We have, we got this range up here. Price, as you can see, comes up here and then goes back to this level down here. And now we're obviously back on this level. And gold here, it really shows that if you're able to get a good entry, either, at resistance or on support, maybe short at resistance, or if we, for example, maybe we can move up to this level and we might, maybe have a break and retest here, move up here, maybe short that one if possible. It is quite technical. And to say that there's no volatility, maybe we're looking at the wrong chart. Okay, Euro USD, for instance. Okay, well, I do get what you're saying on Euro USD, but if we look at the lower time frames, yeah, okay, Euro USD is obviously not as volatile as gold, but I don't think anything's as volatile as gold. Not even Bitcoin. We go to Bitcoin on the 1 minute. I mean, not even Bitcoin is as volatile as gold is right now. So gold is kind of like in a league of its own, and it has been for the since the breakout in 1 year ago. But for this year, there's been some insane volatility on gold. But enough of this black screen. Now we want to see the white screen. Let's pull up your screen. All right, there we go.
What are we looking at here? The trade. So we are right on time. Actually, just a second ago. So I entered short on USDCAD. And
again, you like shorting this.
I was buy. As you can see, I was actually buy. It did kick me out here. I did re-enter here. So yesterday I had a pretty good run on this one. I was adding up to this, and
nice.
I did close it or lower here, but I was adding up, so it wasn't too bad. I feel
like we always close too early. It's
I closed it too late. Well, preferably I would close it here, but it did miss my target, as you can see, just slightly. But what I'm looking at here right now is that if we're gonna zoom out and I'm gonna hide all my drawings, we will see that we are right below the volume. So the black line is point of control of the months. The blue line is a point of control of the week. We did have a huge drop to the downside below this consolidation and below all the volume. So we are essentially below the whole previous months and the last weeks of March as well. This is the current week on top. So basically let's remove all of this. Basically what I'm looking at here is I want the price to stay below this consolidation. And if it can stay below this consolidation, I do expect it to continue lower today. So preferably at least to 530 because this is a previous bottoms, and we see that the price has been rejecting it for quite a while as well. So this is the zone. But if I'm going to be right, that maybe we're going to continue all the way here. So not only to 530, but also 130 and 885. So somewhere here. And I'm right now in a sell from 0.45. Right here, 0.45. And my stop loss I placed at 3.35. So let's see if it's gonna go. I'm trading it on this evaluation account that I have for 100K, and I also trade it on the futures account. So this is 6C, so it's basically reversed. So 6C I'm buying, USDCAD I'm selling, which is pretty much the same thing, just one is on futures, another one on our evaluation account for the 5ers. And yeah, hopefully this one is gonna help me to get out of the drawdown that is currently there.
Yeah, that looks good.
What do you think about USDCAD?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, okay, so you're shorting...
I'm shorting this, basically.
Yeah, exactly. I think, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it broke to the downside. It's retesting the level.
Yeah, I'm shorting this consolidation. So we had the comeback here. It pulled back from this one, and now we are rejecting the same volumes from the upside.
Yep.
I'm counting on the fact that it already rejected the point of control before. It might go back here to the point of control on 150 again, but I'm counting on that it's going to stay below it. And as long as it stays below these volumes, I'm good.
I would probably put my stop loss like all the way up above that.
Here, up
that recent high.
Yeah, I'm obviously.
Yeah, I think because it looks like it looks like one of those trades where it's just gonna take out that stop loss and then run to TP. Like it has happened to me so many times. You know, when you're like, I should put my stop loss here, but I'm not going to do that, you know? And then after you're like, I should have put my stop loss here, you know? But then
I'll think about that, because realistically, yeah, you are this is also their previous highs here. So it might be like a head and shoulders pattern. Yeah. And then it's going to be right on the stop loss. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. I'll think about it.
But it's, you know, you have to sacrifice. You know, what we're talking about here is the difference between win rate and risk to reward. Obviously, with a tighter stop loss, you can have a lower win rate, but you will have a higher risk to reward. So it's about finding that balance. For me personally, I like having a higher win rate with lower risk to reward, which could be problematic when you're in a losing streak as well. You want to have good. It's better to have high average risk to reward, obviously, than to have just a high win rate. A lot of people, they focus on high win rate, but I feel like the risk to reward is obviously much more important.
But
when did you guys remove? I'm just gonna comment here. When did you guys remove loyalty points? We did that last year. Yeah, last year we did that. Many months ago, many moons ago, did we remove the loyalty points. We're not doing giveaways every live stream, so we're just doing giveaways when there's like a special occasion. And we want to give everyone a fair chance, because we are having a lot of new people coming in here. Since we had the loyalty points, we have about 15,000 more people, and I feel like we want to level the playing field, have it even, whatever that saying is. I got another question here. Okay, what's the max drawdown you ever had on your live account? 100%.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah. You know. But yeah, let's look at a more realistic number. When will be the April competition? I don't know what April I don't know. Competitions. That's I'm not responsible for the competitions. I actually have no idea. I have to ask the team to confirm that. Okay, so what is
about the drawdown? You know, yes, you do want to have kind of better risk to reward, but on the other hand, if you add up to your winning trades, you can kind of play around with it. So when it's already going, even if you had a higher, like bigger stop loss initially, but if it's going into your profit, you can be cutting stop loss to get a trailing edge, right? And adding up to your winning trade where you can maximize that risk to reward as well along the way. So the initial risk to reward basically doesn't determine where you're going to end up with a risk to reward.
Yeah.
So okay. I think it might be good with this. We might be right with the stop loss, actually. It might be a little higher.
My drawdown on my personal account, my max drawdown for the last, 2 or 3 years is 13%. But then also remember, some trades I'm risking a lot. Like last year, I took one trade on the S&P 500. I believe I risked 10%. So it's like when you have a personal account, it's like, okay, so when you have a funded account, basically, if you risk too much, what you're asking is, am I okay with losing all of the money, like losing the whole account? Am I okay with losing all of the money in the whole account? But when you have your personal account, and the freedom is obviously much greater with the personal account, is that a lot of people don't walk around with several hundreds of thousands in cash laying on a broker's account. But if you do, congrats. And at that point, you can kind of look at a trade and you can say, you know what, like, am I willing to risk 5% on this trade? Am I willing to risk, a vacation for this trade to give me maybe 2 extra vacations if it hits the TP? And sometimes the answer is yes. Like last year, I took a trade on the S&P 500. I risked 10% and I made 30%, which is like insane. 30% in one trade on that account that made the profit for the whole year. But I only do that in very rare occasions. The S&P 500 had an entry signal that only comes along like once every other year or something like that. So and the win rate on that one is like 100%. So I thought, okay, let's go all in. But you can't do that on a funded account, and you probably shouldn't be doing that on a private account either. But like when it's time to increase that risk, I feel like you kind of should. On very rare occasions when you feel like everything's just lining up, you got to take that. Like sometimes it's just one big trade can really make you a lot of money if you do it the right way. But you have to, of course, be ready to risk a lot to make that happen. I'm giving away quite bad advice here. What I'm saying is, if you've been trading for, I don't know, I've been trading for 8 years. If you know what you're doing, and I do consider myself an expert at technical analysis, if you know what you're doing and you know what the risk is, at that point, maybe it makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, for me personally, it's about, am I going to regret it or not? If it was a really good trade and I knew I should be going for it, and I'm honest with myself, okay, if it's going to hit stop loss, which is always a realistic chance, am I going to be regretting afterwards and thinking I shouldn't have done it? And I mean, it's a very tight line between those two, but shouldn't I have done it because I knew it's not a good trade? Or I'm obviously regretting the loss that I made, right? Which is like normal. I don't want to make a loss. We all don't. But if I still know it was a really good trade, a really good opportunity, then it's worth going for it, I think.
Yeah. I read a message, and I'm glad that it's not just you and I having a conversation. We have other people listening. Otherwise, that would be very rude, because I got a message and then I tried to listen to you, and yeah, you know how that goes. I'm sorry about that. Okay, guys, we're getting some really good numbers here on the live streams. I'm really happy to see that. Happy to see that the YouTube algorithm is working in our favor here, and that means that you guys are liking what we're doing here. And if you are liking what we're doing, make sure that you do hit that like. I will prepare the giveaway for you guys soon as well. But yeah, you said something very important, like, will I regret taking the trade? And that's a very important question, because I can risk a lot of money on a trade if I accept the loss before taking the trade. And then there's other trades where it's like you're getting an entry trigger and you're like, I shouldn't take this trade. I know I shouldn't take this trade. And then you take the trade anyway. And if you risk a little bit extra on that and it's a loss, then you haven't accepted loss. And that is really difficult to deal with because you're like, oh, I'm such an idiot. Why did I take that trade? I mean, we've all been there. It's like, okay, I'm not going to take this trade. I'm not going to take this trade. I'm pressing buy. I'm in the trade. You know? We've all been there. It's like you do things that it's like, I shouldn't do this, and I'm doing it anyway. And then it's a loss, and it's like, you're basically just giving away money, you know? Might as well just give it to some random guy on the street. It's like you're giving away money.
It's a toxic relationship with a buy button.
Yeah. Okay.
You do have the request for you to share your 100% winning strategy on S&P 500, Jonathan.
Oh, no. No, I'm not going to do that. If you have something that is working too well, you don't share that, okay? I share the system that I trade, but it's like, nope, I'm not going to do that. It's basically, okay, so I'll give you a hint. The system that I trade, the system that I showed you yesterday, you want to have a combination of the daily and the weekly. So if the daily and the weekly gives you combined signals based on that, which is basically it's going to be a daily entry trigger on a weekly break and retest. So if you have a break and retest on the weekly on the S&P 500, then you want a entry trigger on the daily and the weekly bouncing. So we can actually, if I actually look at the S&P 500. And we show you no, that's not the one. Get S&P 500. What is that? I always have to go to the list because I don't know what to type. Okay, SPX 500 on Oanda. Where is it? Anyway, we're gonna look at that. Okay.
S&P 500 USD, they have it called.
Yeah, that's right. SPX 500 USD. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So, yeah, okay. Let's zoom out on the daily. I believe, am I on the replay? This is weird. Yeah, I am. Okay. Man, S&P 500, it's like, it's just screaming short me. This is, oh, look at that. Look at that short signal, by the way. That is a beautiful short signal. Anyway, where is, okay. So here's one of the trades where I risked a lot. So I have two trades here. This entry was quite a big risk. That was in last summer, and then this one was end of last year. And this is the trade where I risked 10%. And I believe it was also the let's see if I can make any sense of this. Yeah, so it was a first retest of a weekly level. And you also have a weekly signal here, but this is the break and retest of a weekly level. So S&P 500 moves up into all-time highs, and then it's going to retest that level on the weekly, and it hits that level perfectly. And then back to the daily, you see that it's a perfect rounded retest on the daily, and it's hitting the 618. So you have a weekly retest of a weekly breakout level into new all-time highs. And then you have, this is the entry trigger right here, a daily bullish pin bar right there. So the idea was to enter, I believe, on the high of that first candle, and then stop loss below the wick. Then I believe TP was at the minus 0.382, something like that. And that is the trade. Okay, so I'm not sure where I closed this one. That was my original TP, and then probably closed this somewhere when it started ranging here. So setups like this doesn't come along very often, because I do go with the signals of the indicator. But if you look at every daily signal, it also, to have that 100% win rate, which it doesn't happen often. So 100% win rate on a setup that happens like twice a year doesn't really mean anything, because even on the S&P 500, that's not going to give you enough of a sample size. It's just interesting. It's just a good number to throw around. That entry signal happens on sort of a break and retest here, but if you go to the weekly, it's not really. The entry trigger happens before there's a weekly break and retest. So that's the combination I use, the weekly and the daily. So it's going to be a weekly break and retest with a daily signal, basically. And when I do see that, I can risk quite a lot. We actually do on the weekly have a short signal here on the S&P 500, which is quite an interesting signal. So let's put a fib on. Let's go into the lowest time frames here. And I do believe so when using the Fibonacci retracement tool, if you look at the daily, you would obviously want to have that low and this high as your anchors for the fib. But when I go into the 4 hour, I'd like to look at where do you have like a strong resistance and a strong support. And I do see that you have one move here, and then you have another move here. So in this case, what I do is I use that high for the fib, because I believe that's the beginning of the move. And then this fits nicely with the fib levels, nicely between the 50% and the 0.618, which I believe is called the gold.
Something happened with Jonatan. Can you guys still hear me? Let me know in the chat if you can still hear me. Are we gonna continue while Jonatan is getting back to us? Yeah, perfect. Okay, he's gonna finish his thought on S&P 500, and I'm gonna share my thought on gold in the meantime. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, the strategy that they're calling me from the market makers saying like, you can't share this, you can't share this.
It was just too good.
It's too powerful, too powerful. TradingView literally is closed down. I can't start it. They have limited me. They have removed me.
You're sharing the secrets of the market.
Actually, what I'm doing is I'm running a backtesting software in the background, and it's using most of my CPU power, so I have to probably close that down. If it happens again, then I will have to close it down.
So I'll take it over while you're starting the TradingView.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna run your intro. We forgot about that.
Ooh, let's go.
Let's go. Man, that's such a cool intro. Yeah, I love that one. That's awesome. Okay, I've been talking too much, so my TradingView shut down listening to me. So now it's all yours. It's all yours.
Okay, I'll take it over for gold. We did have requests for gold, actually. In fact, someone was saying buy gold because it's going to the new all-time highs. Now I'm going to explain why I'm not actually buying it right now. If we look at gold, this is the chart of futures chart on gold GC, and what we see that the previous candle, literally the one that closed 4 minutes ago, had a huge cluster volume right here. A lot of volumes are getting into the market on 31.64, which it is for me at the filter of 400, I believe. So doesn't want to start. Anyway, I think it's 300 or 400. So it's a couple of thousand, 250. Okay, anyway, it's couple of thousands contracts being traded right here. And as we can see, the candle right after it is actually going down. So it's been a bearish candle right now. So until we are below this cluster volume that was just getting into the market 5 minutes ago, I'm not going to be buying gold. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until gold is above this cluster volume. And when we are above it and the price closes above it, so the 30-minute or at least 15-minute candle can close above it, that is going to be a signal for me that buyers actually are strong enough and the volume that was here is a bullish volume. And only afterwards, I'm going to be trading for a long for gold. Until that moment, we are in the volume area here. So this is a previous consolidation. That was a beautiful short, which I didn't take. I took the short yesterday here. This one was at night. And right now it is rejecting the same exact area. So I want the price to close above it, above the previous consolidation, above the cluster volume, and only afterwards I'm going to be actually trading it for a buy. Until that moment, I'm going to hold on for a minute with gold. And if you look at it from the perspective of trading view, here we go. Pull it up. From perspective of trading view, we're gonna see that besides the cluster volume, which we see on ATAS, we have the point of control below it. So the whole volume is below the price, but the previous, like the last one that was just the liquidity that was just getting in the market, it's kind of disturbing me. So if you mark it on trading view, it's going to be right here. I want the price to be all above it, above the monthly volume, above the weekly volume, and above the cluster volume that recently was formed. So I'm going to be looking for something like this. And if you place an alert, then it's going to be about here. Oops, about somewhere here. And then if the price breaks it, that's going to be my buy. But until then,
right, yeah, that makes sense.
I'm not gonna buy it, because as we can see, it also one of the things that I don't like to be trading is when the price just barely renews the highs. So it barely went above it. If you look at it, actually, the candle barely closed above it. So we can say it didn't even close above it. We had the wicks above the previous highs, but that can be just a liquidity. The extra volume, cluster volume that was traded here can be a confirmation, and now the price can be pushed back to the downside. So again, not the good moment for me to buy it. I like it when the price closes strongly above, the candle is bullish, barely no wicks, it shows a bullish momentum, and then then I can buy, for example, the break and retest. But this really isn't looking too good. I feel like this may be a fake out. And then if the price closes back below here, I might even be taking the sell like this. But until we are here in this zone, I'm not touching it. So that's
okay. So I am actually long on gold.
Let's
go. I am long on gold. I'm going to share my screen with you all.
Right now.
I'm also
just buy it now.
Yeah, you spot it now. I am long on my funder account on this as well. So it's not only on the evaluation, but I'm going to show you guys the evaluation account here. So we have right here, as you can see, going to the 1 minute, got my entry in here, put the stop loss down here. And now what I'm thinking is, I'm just going to hold this. Yeah, I'm just going to hold this. We'll see. Maybe I'll TP like on the. I'm just gonna. Okay, I'm actually gonna put a TP here because the risk to reward is just. Okay, the risk to reward is very good up here, so I will put my TP here, and we'll see if we get a continuation to the upside here on gold. And the reason why I went long on gold is because Dirk told me to go long on Dirk's long on Dirk. Now I'm not gonna go long on Dirk. I'm gonna go long on gold. Wow, that's weird. Okay, I am. Yeah. Okay. So he said go long on gold. For some reason, gold and Dirk is kind of like sounds in my head very similar. And so I checked gold and I said, yes, Dirk, I'm going long on gold. Let's go.
Let's
okay,
see.
Someone is sold Dirk. Sold Dirk. What am I saying? What is wrong with me? Dirk, don't worry, no one can sell you. You're
Dark jokes.
okay.
There he is.
All right, no. Oh, that's hilarious. Hello, Dirk.
Hey, how are you doing?
Would it
Jonatan,
have been easier if we traded silver? What? Sorry?
I didn't say anything.
You didn't
What
say
you guys
anything, did you?
No, I didn't say anything. No, I just heard gold and Dirk and that you buy because I told you to. And later on, I'm going to send you the invoice for my profit share then, of course. But
yeah,
I really
William
I
says,
don't
do
have...
we need to send a doctor? No, it's all right.
But I just
a lot of times I say, like, I think, yeah.
Yeah. What?
You can finish your thought.
Is there a lag?
No, very good.
Yeah, go ahead, Dirk. No, go ahead. I can't remember what I was gonna say anyway.
I just very quickly, like my reason, I actually took a gold long. So I was not just saying I took a long here on my evaluation account because I like the momentum at the moment. I was honestly speaking a bit late. So what we saw earlier this morning and where I didn't enter the trade because I was just now parallel to this having a workshop with AlphaBeta Labs. And normally I would have liked to enter here already. So we saw a nice momentum breakout here to the side. We saw the moving averages going also to the north with a good amount of momentum. Normally I like to enter in the direction of a trend, which obviously long here on the first pullback. Now I did enter on the second pullback. In a hindsight, of course, I could have had my limit buy order also here. Don't know if there's a good chance we're going to the upside. My opinion, my stop loss here at 3,120. I agree, however, I listened a little bit just now and what you were saying, Anastasiia, that it might be a fake out to the upside. That might be the case. That's why I want to limit the risk here. I'm risking 0.5% on the account. Yeah, 0.5%. So all good, because I think they are to the upside if we really establish now if we keep, or let me put it like this, keep the momentum of this move right now. I think this is a trade where you potentially can have a 2 or even 3R with.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe I'll join the party later. I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, but don't come complaining, guys. Later, Dirk told me to go long.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my confirmation. So
the super awesome gold trader Dirk, who just started trading gold like 3 weeks ago.
This is what it is. Jonatan just thinks you're gold.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, like, you can. Yeah, yep, that's right. But Dirk, you can definitely say, like, if this trade is a loser, you can always say, like, well, do your own research, you shouldn't be following me, you shouldn't be copying my trades. But if it's a winner, you can flip that and you can say, guys, check out this new course I've just recorded. It's $1,000, and then you send a link, and that's a really good marketing tactic. You have
2 accounts, and on one you go long, on the other you go short. That way you always can say, hey,
exactly.
I told you so.
That's actually really good marketing practice. And there you go, guys. Like, now you know how all of these trading influencers out there make most of their money.
Okay, guys, I have to jump. I have a podcast recording now. Maybe if I have some time, I'll pop in later again to tell you I told you so. Just kidding.
Yes,
guys.
exactly. And don't forget about that course. Well, actually, it's free, and it's on AlphaBeta Labs. It's actually free.
It is. And it's not about gold. It's about macroeconomics.
But you need macroeconomics to trade gold, guys.
But there is an ABL course on gold by Daniel also, which is very good. And I highly recommend if you're on YouTube.
That is right.
Gold trading, to check out that one, really. No kidding.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining, Dirk.
Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
See you. Right. So my gold trade is at entry, in a small profit, but I do have a good entry here. I do have a good entry. It's a good break and retest here on the low time frame. The only thing though is we're at this resistance point right here, and but we'll see if we can. We can look at the difference between this move up and this one. So on the previous move up into resistance, we didn't create any structure between the break and retest, but here we actually do have structure. So I do feel like it's kind of like a cushion for price. If we do fall down, it has to go all the way through this area here on the 1 minute, which okay, it doesn't look perfect, but whatever,
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. I did short silver now for our quick scalp. So, but I'm with gold. I'm still waiting.
Nice. Okay. Well, it does look like I have two options here. The thing is, if I get stopped out here, we have a really good entry area here. I think that's going to be really good. Yeah. So we'll see. We definitely have two good options here. What moving averages? Well, on this chart, I don't have any moving averages, but let's add the moving averages to the chart here. Okay, so I never use indicators on trading view here. It's funny, why do they have triple exponential moving averages and not just a normal moving averages here in the first part of the okay, right. So in MT5 you're supposed to select this one, right? No, and then you go in and okay, can you please help me? How do I add a simple EMA?
Actually, I do not trade it like
wow, it's incredible how complicated this is.
I do all analysis on trading Jonatan, so I never add anything on MetaTrader.
Yeah, here. So you go in a trend and then moving average, and then inside moving average you select go from simple to exponential. Okay, great. So we're going to be selecting the 20, and we're going to have that as blue, something blue. Okay, perfect. And then we're going to go in and we're going to select another one. Indicators, trend, moving average. I can't believe that this is the most used trading tool out there. Okay. And we're going to be selecting that one. Okay, so I got the 20 and the 50. So the 20 and the 50, those are my go-to moving averages. And yeah, this is great. William, I don't understand that question.
I also don't understand it.
So Anastasiia doesn't have any rules. You don't follow any rules. I don't know. I don't understand. Okay, so we're hitting the 20 EMA area here on the 5 minute. On the 1 minute, we're using them as resistance. The 20 to 50 EMA, very interesting indicators. And you know what we should do? We should see if we can add the ADX to the chart, because adding the ADX is definitely going to help us to determine when we should be following the moving averages. Okay, so let's go into the insert indicators. So what is an ADX? Is it an oscillator, or is it it is an oscillator, isn't it? It's a unbound oscillator, but it's also a trend. Of course it is. It's the average directional movement index. That's the one we want. 14. Okay. Oh, wow, it looks terrible. Okay, let's go into the settings here. How do I even go into the settings of the indicator? This is absolutely okay. So we do not want the plus DI and the minus DI. We don't need that. So we're just going to put them up on black. This one we're going to make a little bit bigger, because that is the actual ADX line. Okay, so this is the ADX line. Now, where is the... Can we even add a like a 20 line? Yeah, we can. So we're going to be adding that at 20. Okay, 20. Man, it's been forever.
Really good for back testing and for automatic trading systems, for bots. If you're using them for algorithm testing, it is really, really good. But for the manual trading, like I find it quite not user friendly. And I'm already using Atas, which is already more complicated than TradingView. And MetaTrader is just not user friendly for me. You know, it's not complicated; it's just difficult to use it. And like even
and you know, MetaTrader is really good at executing orders, and like you said, having bots and EAs and things like that. MetaTrader is the best platform out there for actually executing the orders. But doing analysis, it's just quicker, faster, and easier to do on TradingView. But then if you're trading lower time frames, you can't really do the analysis and then switch over. So you kind of have to learn to use MetaTrader. So we have the ADX here at the bottom, and the ADX is a good measurement of trend strength. So if the ADX is going up, that means that the trend is stronger. And it doesn't matter if it's a downtrend or an uptrend. The ADX will always go up if the downtrend or the uptrend is strong. So the key in understanding when to follow a trend following system like what we're looking at here with the EMAs, you want to make sure that you can't buy like the bull crosses and the bear crosses in a sideways trending market. So what you want to do here is you want to look at where is the ADX when price is in this sideways trending market, and you want to try to optimize the ADX. So it breaks out here and it starts trending here. So you might want to, because it's trending here, and then when it's above here, so having the line at maybe 35 would be somewhat of a good level. So whenever there is a trend and an EMA cross, when price is up, when the ADX is above 35 or 30, you might want to be able to catch a couple of good trades. Mystic, most likely what happened to you is the equity and not the balance or the daily loss limit. Make sure you check that out before going out and calling the firm a scam. Make sure that you also actually have the facts. This most likely happens because you have either breached the equity drawdown, your daily drawdown. That is that's resetting every day. We have no business breaching a 7.5 account because of something like that. It makes no sense for us to do that. I'm happy to help you out. Reach out to the support and they will explain it to you. Okay. You know what, Anastasiia, I'm gonna take a quick break and I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Another coffee, maybe?
Yes, more coffee.
Go for it.
See you soon.
Over. Okay, guys. Jonathan's gonna grab another coffee. So let me see the chat. I'm actually, William. In fact, I am actually waiting for the sell on gold. I did place my sell limit, as you can see, and it did miss it by just a little bit. And the reason I'm going for it is because of this big volume that was on the previous hour formed in the market, and because it is actually looking like a fake out for me, and because we are trading below the previous highs, and based on expectations, perhaps that gold is going to go long. I'm expecting majority of traders go long, and hence why I actually am going short against it as well. So I'm looking if the price can actually reach my entry level, which is 31.63.7 on futures, and on CFD is gonna be a little bit different. Let's have a look at this. So For CFDs, it is barely here, so 31, 32.3 somewhere. That's the level that I would be looking for. On the CFDs, we also see that it's perfectly aligning, which is with the maximum volume on the weekly, which is 31, 32.7, and the point of control of this consolidation. So it's actually looking really good on the CFDs, even better than it does look on futures. So I'm actually short on gold, and I do hope it's still gonna come back and activate my entry, because that would be such a good entry here. So I'm against Jonathan's trade, as always, as we often have, not always. Okay, so it's keeping it interesting. It's keeping it really interesting. Yeah, I'm waiting, but I am really hoping it's gonna activate my trade. In the meantime, my USDCAD is consolidating around my entry point. I actually did follow Jonathan's advice here, and I did put my stop loss higher, and I did cut the risk twice on the break even. So I cut the risk twice here, and this allowed me to put my stop loss higher, which is also good. Let's see, maybe if it's gonna get too late, and if I'm gonna wait until Trump's speech about tariffs today, I'm just gonna close it off, to be honest with you. I'm really not feeling like holding it overnight. And for the God's sake, guys, do not hold any trades overnight unless you are willing to risk it, because you do not know what is going to happen on Trump's tariffs. And I really don't feel like trying to predict what's going to happen. So let's have a look at the rest of the comments. GU. Yes, since gold already used that point of control for a sell earlier, would you use the same point of control again? Good point, but it actually, I'm not trading only from the point of control. I'm trading from this volume right here, right? This one right here. Let me switch to my futures chart, and I'm gonna show you what I'm looking at, because I'm not trading the same setup. That's the whole point. Those of you who do know how to trade, I really don't like trading from the same volume 2-3 times, because the more times the price rejects the same volume, the higher is the chance that it's not going to reject it anymore. It is not updating for some reason, but we'll wait for a second. But this time I'm not trading from the same volume. There we go. I'm trying to trade from this cluster volume right here. So if I'm going to zoom in and go to the footprint, we will see that we had several price levels here where we had hundreds of contracts traded. And this is abnormal volume for gold at this hour, because this is also London, right? So again, we have here, there, over 200 contracts, over 400 contracts, another over 350 contracts. So altogether, we have about 2,000 contracts at the same price levels here. So I'm not trading only from the point of control of the consolidation, but I'm trading essentially mainly from the footprint chart here. Well, not trading yet, because I'm still waiting until my trade is going to be activated, but I hope it will. So for now, I'm waiting game, and then we'll see how if it's going to come back. It's almost on my entry. Good. Yeah, let's have a look at something else, maybe. Let's have a look at something else. GBP USD. So for GU, I was short, and this finally and definitely did end up not so good, because my 6% drawdown last week was because of GU, because of this consolidation. Essentially, I was moving my stop loss and I was adding to my position, and this horrible consolidation finally did kick me out on stop loss together with EUR/USD. And this was one of the trades which finally went to my target, almost barely, at least in my direction. But before I did take a loss on this. So for now, GU is consolidating, and I'm not playing this game. Like from last week, I closed it, and I'm waiting. GU is going to depend on the tariffs today for Trump. because if we look at the high time frame, I still do see that we are short here. Let me hide the drawings and everything. So what we see here, even from just from the perspective of the price action, what we see is that we had the highs. We did try to take liquidity here once, then we renewed the highs. We dove below it. We did touch the same highs again. So we see that clearly the price has difficulties going back here. And right now we are consolidating. So this consolidation is kind of an impulse consolidation and continuation. So I'm still, even from the price action on the higher time frame, expecting the price to potentially go somewhere 27,200 to 50. But again, it's not ready yet. It's not moving. I don't think it's smart to be taking a trade on it right now, because it's just, it turns into a casino more than trading. When the price consolidates, you have straight 50-50 chances that is going to go up or down, because there is no direction, right? If you trade in the trend, if you are a directional trader, so you want to see that direction, when the price consolidates, you do not have any of those. So you come to the point where you are trying to bet that the price is going to go up or down, but you don't have any technical, almost barely confirmations, right? If I delete all of those, I do see majority of the volume above here. So the only way for me to make it less risky would be entering here on the highs. So something like this, from the same highs again, lower. But there is no guarantee that it's not going to be a head and shoulders pattern, for example, here. Look, if we look at that, it looks like a head and shoulders pattern back to the upside. So for GU, I'm staying away from this. Really don't want to take this. Don't want to make the same mistakes again. Ooh, look at this gold. Look at this gold. There we go. And this is what I'm talking about. I'm about 28 ticks right now, winning on gold. And what about my silver? Great.
Okay, so did you short gold here?
I did short gold.
Wow, okay. Yeah, it's breaking down nicely.
I did short it, yeah. That's nice. It's from the same cluster. Cool.
I went up to get some coffee, and there's like 4 deers laying in my backyard. So like I was getting coffee, and like 1 meter outside the office, there's like a family of deers just looking at me. That was pretty cool.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah,
beautiful.
It is
crazy.
All right, I tried to invite them in. Asked. Give me some trading signals.
Oh, it's too late to short gold. I'm sorry. I think it's gone.
Yeah, it's.
If it's gonna actually break through this, we can maybe add up to this.
Yeah.
It does look like a nice double top as well, and it's the same highs as the previous one. If you break, there we go. I wanted to break through 31.60. This is futures, and if you look at the CFDs through 31.27, and if it does break through, then it's going to be, I think, a good moment to add to this. Yeah, I was saying about GBP USD and EUR USD. They're just consolidating, doing really nothing. I do still see that downwards movement here potentially happening. But it's going to depend a lot on tariffs. That's first. Secondly, it did kick my ass last week that I decided to just stay away from it. I'm taking a break from EU and GE. I had a toxic relationship with them that last week. I really couldn't let go of that. I was like, okay, I'm going to hold this because I know it's going to drop. And essentially, I started moving my stop loss, trailing it, and adding up to the position. And this is one of those moments when it didn't end up well. So I did hit my stop loss, both actually EU and GU back on the pullback. Definitely it came back to the same level again and started to consolidate. But the less risky would be taking a sell now for EU, because it's the same, first of all, it's the same highs, it's the same volume, but I still find it quite, quite low confirmation, low probability, because we've been here for a while, and I think it's going to stay here until tariffs today, because Europe is directly affected by Trump's tariffs. The same is Canada, actually. So if USDCAD comes to the point that I need to hold it through the Trump speech, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not playing that game.
No, I'm definitely going to close this. Definitely close this.
A cup of coffee for dears.
No, but I do have carrots for them. Like, it's pretty cool. Like, they're you can actually I can actually walk out on the backside, and I got this. I don't know what it's called, like an outside, whatever. I'm not gonna try. So I go outside, and I'm very close to them. Like, I'm standing just a couple of meters from them, right? And I'm throwing carrots, and they're actually like eating the carrots. It's crazy. It's like they live here. I don't know, but I do live in a rather small town in like in the middle of nowhere. There's a lot of forests around here. Also, we have wolves, which is kind of like they're probably like staying here. The deers, and not out there with the wolves.
I think they like it more with carrots rather than being a food.
Yeah. So yesterday we had a not yesterday, like last week, not yesterday. So like last week we had a couple of deers, and then we had like squirrels playing around, and deers. It's pretty cool. I live in Sweden. I'm not gonna tell you the name of the city. I do live in Sweden. It's the middle of Sweden. If you pull up a map, it's basically just forest, which is cool. I like it. I do like it. Okay, we're talking about trading.
I moved my.
It's a good retest of your level right there. I think you're gonna get stopped out though.
I moved my stop loss to break even though, because it was kind of a risky one. It was already close. There before.
Yeah.
I know, but it's rather, I'm gonna play it safe with gold.
Yeah.
It's also on the big perspective, right? It's still bullish. So I'm not really, I don't want to be too risking it too much, expecting that it's gonna drop. Again, I do think it's gonna depend a lot on Trump today. And since I cannot analyze what he is gonna say, I'm not gonna try to predict it.
Yeah, no, we don't know. We don't want to be trading through whatever Trump is doing, because Trump is like, he can get a question from the media and just say something completely outrageous that nobody expected. Comment on. Comment on the Fed or the interest rates or whatever is one comment, and it's gonna move the markets like crazy. Yeah,
something completely out of the blue, right? About Greenland, for example, and it's like it's boiling the situation. It's adding oil to the situation already. So we don't know how the people are gonna react as well on what he's gonna say. So I'm break even on this. If it hits my break even, it hits my break even. It's fine.
Yeah.
And if it breaks to the upside, essentially, like I planned before, I'm gonna turn back into long. So I'm gonna actually long it if it breaks my level.
Yeah, I think that's. It's a good idea. I like the fact that you're moving your stops to break even that early, because it does secure the position, and.
Yeah, because ultimately it's not, you see, I do have the volume below it as well, so it's kind of risky. Normally, if it would all be above and I would really have all the confirmation that it's going down, then I wouldn't move my stop loss to break even so fast. But since it's rather low confirmation trade and it's based on the current volume that is right now happening, then I'm playing it safe.
Yeah, and I like how you said, like, it's because of the volume right now, and because of it's what's happening right now, then you should have tight stops. So the broker The broker that I have is Oanda. So maybe you can try that. I'm using Oanda. Yeah, that's for sure, William. Definitely making volumes in the market. I guess volatility is definitely something he's doing. All right, so I think let's do maybe we should do a giveaway. Let's see what I'm thinking. We're doing like halfway through the stream. I want to do a giveaway. Yeah, so right before Alex and Mike comes on, we're gonna do a little giveaway. So that's gonna be in about 1 hour, around 1 hour. I will do a little giveaway for a bootcamp account for you guys. So looking at, I think I'm gonna pull up my screen here, and I think your short was a good idea, right? I think your short was definitely a good idea because if we look at the lower time frames, we do have. Like that was a breaking retest of that level, and it really did look like it broke down here, and that was you entered and then broke down. By the way, I had a poll asking if people would be bullish or bearish on gold, and when you started explaining your short, it dropped to a lot of people clicked bearish. So I think they agreed with your analysis there. But now it's kind of reclaiming that level. It does seem like the break to the downside didn't have any follow through. It had the retest right here, but now it looks like it might actually retest that level again. If that happens, I do feel like we're consolidating up here. But it last, same thing happened last time we were up in this area as well, and we consolidated for quite some time up here as well. So the closer we move to Trump's speech later today, the more risk this carries, of course. So I mean, I'm gonna close this whether it's in a profit or a loss before the speech, because there can be, depending on what he says, there can be a lot of slippage, right?
Yeah, a lot of spread as well. So I'm definitely closing. I'm not trading through this. I'm also not holding any positions overnight. Imagine the gap that is possible with the market opening, because he speaks at 10, the markets are going to get closed, he speaks, and then we're going to have a very interesting market opening overnight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That can be that has the potential. And it's interesting that it's happened in the middle of the week as well, because usually those speeches happen over the weekend. So now it's in the middle of the week, which is it's going to be interesting because it just I believe is it 2 or is it 3 hours before the close? I can't remember with the summertime and everything, but the markets
right at
our time, I believe
right at the market.
It closes at 11.
It's 10 now. At 10.
Oh, it's closing 10 now.
It's closing.
Oh, so the speech is when the market is actually closing.
The market close.
Wow. Okay.
And
so right at the close.
Yeah. Then it's gonna reopen right after his speech. Oh, depending how like long the speech is gonna be, of course. No, guys, am I mistaken? But wait a second.
Yeah, I think you're mistaken. I think it's 11.
I'm confused with the market switch as well.
Yeah, it's the winter time and summertime. It's the same thing every.
It's EDT. Yeah, I think so. No, at 4 EST. Wait a second. CST. Yeah, I'm actually mistaken. Probably. Yeah. It's TST at 4 o'clock. The market is. Yep, it's 11. Yeah. 4 o'clock CST time, it's closing for America, so it's 11 here. My goodness, it's confusing.
Yeah, because I in the winter time, I can trade based on the close of the daily candle, because in winter time that's at 10, but then summertime it's 11, and I don't want to be looking at the screen at 11, so I won't be trading based on the daily close in summertime. Only in wintertime. I love this question. Why is the account balance 9,222? Yeah.
Good question. Why?
It shouldn't be that low. It should be much, much higher. It's a very good question.
Yeah, no, I don't trade during the night at all, so it's like it's been confusing. Yeah. But yeah, it's 11.
Fabian is asking, how's your dog?
Dog is amazing. He's doing great. He's living his best life.
Nice. Yeah, I did hear him in the background.
In the sun, he's using the sunbeds far more often than me. So every day I go out and I open the terrace, and the first thing the dog does, he's going out and he lays in the sunbed on the sun, and he's just chilling, listening to birds. I swear he's enjoying his life so much.
Yeah, that's nice.
And I brought him from London, and now he's grown up in Spain while his old brothers are in London. I'm like, yeah, he's having a good life.
Spain's such a nice place. Spain's definitely. I used to go to Spain a lot when I was a kid, and I love it. Really, really great place. Great people. Great weather as well. It's not too hot. Yeah. And it's not too cold in the winters as well.
Yeah, really perfect weather.
Yeah.
We have a couple of questions about the USD pairs as well. We did have USDCHF. I don't.
You know what? Sorry again, interrupting you. I know. I'm very sorry about that, but I had a very good idea. What you should do is you should have all of these influencers doing like the day of a trader. Okay, you should do a day in the life of a dog trader.
Yeah, I saw this guy. Oh my god, that was hilarious on Instagram. He did like a chicken trader day life.
Yeah, that was amazing. I saw that one.
That was awesome.
That was so good.
So good. We need to do something like this. It's gonna be the 5ers. Someone said the 5ers mascot in the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna do one of those. I've been planning this for a long time. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it, but I want to do one of those, live of a trader, but a more realistic one, right? Because all of these influencers are like living these perfect lives, and they're waking up, and it's like everything's just wonderful, right? And they're just making money, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna drive around in my Lamborghini, making tons of money, and sitting on the beach on a laptop. Like, if I make a move like that, I'm gonna snooze for an hour. I'm gonna walk down, and I'm gonna be staring at the 1 minute on gold. It's gonna hit my stop loss. I'm gonna drink some coffee. I'm gonna hit another stop loss. It's gonna drink some more coffee, and then it's like something like that. It's gonna be fun.
But it's more realistic, right? This is what the trader's life actually is sometimes.
Yeah. I see these on Instagram, right? Especially like I'm getting a lot, like here in Sweden, there's like all of the like these trading influencers is just exploding in popularity, where everyone's like, I saw this guy yesterday, like, oh, I became a millionaire when I was 25, right? And now you can buy my course to know how to trade and become a millionaire. I'm like, you're a millionaire, and you're selling a course for like, $100 on Instagram, and you're spending all of your day on Instagram selling a course. Like, if I were a millionaire, I would be spending my time doing things I enjoy, not just creating content, And it's like all over the place, and it's like, like they wake up at like 3 a.m. It's like 3 a.m. That's not even a new day, 3 a.m. You wake up at 3 a.m. When do you go to bed? Like at 2 in the evening? Like, it's insane. It's like I wake up at 3 a.m. and I go out on a run at 3:30, and I'm back at 3:35, and I'm trading for exactly 20 seconds, and that's all I need to become a millionaire. And it's like, yeah, okay. When do you sleep? I sleep all day.
I've been doing something wrong for my whole 8 years of trading.
Yeah. Oh, that's the dog. What's the name?
Amore.
Oh, that's beautiful. Of course. What's up, little dude?
Dog
Is
trader.
she taking care of you?
He's a mental support of a trader. He's perfect.
Oh, that's perfect.
Where every
Perfect.
time you are stressed, he comes and you cuddle him and you're like, okay, it's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
It's like a
Yeah,
comfort dog.
he did look a bit terrified. He looked at the camera. It's like, what is this? What's going on here? I'm already gonna blink twice if you're okay. Okay.
If you are helped, of course.
Yeah. If she's not taking care of you, like you gotta blink twice. No, I'm sure. He's no. It's a she. Yes.
That's he. It's a boy.
He. Okay. He. Amora. Okay. Well, that makes sense. I'm sure he's living the best life.
Yes.
Okay, we're still watching my screen here. I quite like this. I mean, it's holding support nicely here. It's I like the fact that we have more wicks to the downside than to the upside. I would like to think that is good. Yeah.
It didn't hit my break even yet, so I'm still holding this.
Yeah. Fabian says the dog got scared when he saw my account. Yeah, well, I also do get scared sometimes when looking at my account. Okay, we have a question here. I am also confused how they are doing this because I have been in the markets for the past 3 to 4 years, but the journey is totally different. Yeah, the journey is different. I mean, none of the no trader at the The5ers is going to be trading while at the beach. Okay, well, I might do that sometimes. You know, if I have my indicator giving me signals and I have a setup and it's like, okay, I got to take this trade. But like, that's not really how it is. And if you really want to succeed in trading, you're gonna look like you got to put in the work. It's actually quite a lot of work. It's yeah, it's a lot of work, man.
It's a lot of focus as well, right? I really can't imagine, like, if I go out and I even am in the cafe and the restaurant, it's very difficult to focus because in trading you need to make decisions really quickly. You need to be able to make a right decision, a cold-minded decision at the very moment if something is happening in the market, because sometimes volatility hits when you least expect it. And if you are in the middle of somewhere, especially let's say in the beach, at the beach with a very bad internet connection, and a lot of things are happening around you, it's impossible to focus, to lock in and make the right trading decisions. Either is to open the trade or to close the trade or to add up to winners or to hold yourself back from not adding to losers, to exit the trade on time, right? It's impossible. You might do it sometimes, but those who are selling this dream of doing it like this always continuously, it's I don't believe that, because I've traveled. And it's the first time I settled in somewhere for the past 2 years in Spain. And before that, 6 years when I was trading, I was constantly traveling around. And you have internet problems. You go somewhere and you expect to have good internet and you don't have almost any. You have like a lot of, sometimes your laptop shuts off because the electricity power is not the same in the country as your laptop needs, and you need to go and buy another charger. There are stupid problems, but you struggle with them so much. And I swear my trading results became better when I settled down. And it doesn't mean that I don't travel or I don't go, but it's like when I trade, I trade. And when I leave, I leave. And I do other things, and I don't look at my phone checking what is my trade doing right now or 5 minutes later, So it's very difficult, I find, to focus and to be able to have all the necessary, amenities that you need to trade good if you are not in one place.
Yeah, I think I'm absolutely with you. And you said something important. You said like when I trade, and when I'm traveling, I'm traveling, and that's the beauty of trading, right? I can literally I can take the day off whenever I want and know that I can still, if I have to make money, I can, I have the laptop and I have an extra screen to the laptop. I got the whole streaming setup, and you're using a laptop right now. So you can literally the things that you are doing right now, you can do that from wherever you are in the world. And I feel like that is the beauty of having a job like this and being a trader. Before I was a trader, I worked in healthcare, and I had to be at at the place for a certain number of hours. I had to do that, and I could not, take the day off or go on vacation whenever. But now I can structure my life in exactly the way that I want to structure my life. And if my kid asks me if he wants to do something, I can plan that and actually do that, and not have to tell him like, oh, I have to work, like I can actually structure my life in the way that I want. And that's the true beauty of trading. So I feel like you don't have to integrate trading, like actual trading, in everything you're doing, but you can choose when to trade and how to do it. And I think that's the true beauty of this. Like this summer, I'm most likely going on vacation, but I mean, I'm going to bring the laptop. I'm going to have, usually when we do go on vacation, we try to rent a house that has an office, and I bring my setup there. And even if I'm on vacation, I'm going to take like one hour a day to do the trading, and then, rest of the day do whatever. But making sure that I do have, if we're on in a hotel, I try to make sure that there's like an office space where I can actually do work and do live streams and that. And that is just that's really great. That's just freedom,
Yeah, I was actually just posting it in AlphaBeta as well, and on my channels too, that about the drawdown that I had last week, and about this challenge that I'm doing, that is the whole year. But it's still really important to remember why we started trading. Like I personally started trading because I wanted freedom. I wanted freedom to do whatever I want with my life, whatever I want. Obviously, it takes a lot of work, right? Again, it's not like you wake up and you do nothing and the money falls from the sky, right? You do the work, but you decide when you do it and when not. And the moment I start waking up and feel like I have to trade, I'm already losing at that moment. I already lost if I wake up and I feel like I have to do it, because then I'm going to be searching for the setup, not from the perspective of what is actually happening, what is good in the market, but from the perspective that I have to take a trade today. And I can't be forgetting why I started trading in the first place. I started trading to have freedom, and I can't let it switch, like turn around and take trading, let trading to take my trading away. And still need to remember that I trade to live, to make my life better, to have freedom to spend with loved ones, like for example, you with family, right, with kids, and not live to trade every single day, feeling like I need to spend 8-10 hours in front of the screen just to catch some kind of movement in the market. If there is nothing today, or if I'm sick, or if I have something else to take care of, or if I have my family around, I'm going to be focusing on that and not at the charts. And this is the beauty of it.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree. And like, if you are trading low time frames and you feel like you need to take a trade, or you need to do this and that, at least have like trading sessions, right? Like, okay, I'm gonna trade 2 hours a day, or 3 hours a day, or 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon. And this is a good comment here from Andre. So Rich, which is the performance coach here at the 5ers, when he talked about how one retail trader must master around 14 skills, and professional athletes or even professional traders, they have a whole team of people handling these things. So as a trader, not only do you need to figure out what is the right indicators for your system, develop that system. So you have to first learn how to develop a system, test the robustness of that system. You have to work on your mentality. So you got to be like a you need to learn how to develop a system. You need to be your own performance coach and psychologist. And then I forget about all the rest, but there's a lot of things
risk manager
you need to figure out.
Easiest thing is someone comes in and plugs your laptop out in the fund, a hedge fund, and say you're done for today. And as a retail trader, you need to be able to do it yourself.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You have to be your own risk management. And also you need to know how to set up a business, because if you're trading, you're most likely going to be doing so. You're most likely going to be taking out a salary as a business, and you're going to have an accountant, and you're going to do all of that and understand the taxes and everything. So there's a lot of things A lot of things going on that you need to figure out.
Yeah.
William says that's why I become a scalper, to be free and not think all the time at what's happening on my trades right now. I think that is that's the freedom in scalping. You make your money and then you get out of the market and you do not have to care about the market. As a swing trader, I'm in a position for weeks and sometimes even months, and I look at the news and I'm like, okay, that's going to affect my positions, and not being in the markets all the time is definitely helpful. Okay, gold is looking very good here now. Very good. Let's see if we can get a push to the upside.
So I'm out.
All right, I told you so. No, I'm kidding. But it was an interesting trade, definitely. I thought that short. We have ma'am. That's very very formal of you. Yeah, you can find Anastasia's social links. She has a Telegram channel where she shares analysis and updates on her journey as a trader. You can find that link in the description of the channel. And I believe I have a link to my Twitter in there somewhere as well if you want to follow that. Rolex EMAs, I'm using the 20 and the 50, but it doesn't matter what EMAs I'm using. You can use the 9 and the... Okay, Henry says NAS 100 4-hour RL signal. Let's check that out. Let's go to TradingView and we're going to take a look at that. So Henry is actually one of my students, one of my private students, and that's why he knows about this. Okay, so we're going to go to NAS. Yes, it's we're gonna look at FXCM because I do believe that they are have the closest price to
what?
To the 5ers.
Oh. Not to end? I saw to end had the closest.
Not on the NASDAQ.
Mm.
Well, and I'm just looking at because I have a private account there as well. Okay, so the RSI method, as I've explained yesterday, we first have to have a break-in retest of a horizontal level, which is right here. We have a break-in retest of somewhat of a horizontal level. We want to hit, preferably we want to hit the 0.618, but this is good enough because it's hitting the 50% fib, and then we want to add the moving averages as well. Let's just add the indicator, see if it works. Oh, that's a strategy. Where's the actual indicator? Yeah, okay, so we do have, that's actually a pretty good short signal. So that's a very bad idea to take a trade on NASDAQ today. You see that you have a good wick on that one and then a bearish candle after closing below the 20. One of the reasons why I do not want to take this trade is because we got the monthly and the weekly open here. So the monthly and the weekly open are most likely going to be acting as support. But if I would have taken this trade, then this would have been the would have been the trade.
I think it's too late already. I was just looking at it as well.
Yeah, I think it's too late as well. It's this trade should have been. Actually, the candle closed 3 minutes ago. Or maybe it's creating the short signal now. No, so the previous candle was the short signal. We can look at the lower time frames though. No, there's definitely a possibility of seeing a retest here. If we go to the very, very low time frames, there's definitely a possibility of seeing a retest here. Okay, so I'm actually going to take this trade. Let's go into...
You're going to short it now?
Yeah, I'm going to short NASDAQ. Okay. Let's go into MetaTrader. Got the window here. Let's look at NAS on the 15. I think that should be good. Okay, so my entry is going to be a pending order. And it's going to be... I'm going to put that here. And then for stop loss, we're going to put it at 19,490. Move it up here. And then TP we can adjust later. Now let's add a TP. And we adjust it later. Okay, so we're going to take one 0.5% here. Short. Okay, so we got the entry order in here. So when enter on that one, stops above here, and then TP is going to be based on the 4-hour, and TP is going to be down. Let's look at what it looks like on the Okay, so MetaTrader looks different here with that wick. I think the risk to reward here is not great. Well, it's 1.6. Okay, it's good enough. We're gonna go with that. Okay, so this is the trade that I have in on NASDAQ, and I like it because if you look at the lower time frames as well, we have actually there's not much on the lower time frame, but this is the trade. This is the trade. Good. Yep, that's the link right there. Non-financial advice. That's a good name. Good name. Any trade plan for gold? Yes, it's this is the trade I'm in right now. I feel like you're asking this because you want to copy this, and I mean, go ahead. You can do you do whatever you do, but as soon as you enter this trade, you're gonna get stopped out most likely if you fall because how often doesn't that happen? We enter the trade, we follow someone else, and then it hits stop loss, and then it's How to get the position size calculator? You go into Google and you Google position size calculator MT5 and you get a link to earnforex.com. We should have our own position size calculator like that one.
Yeah, that's going to be really helpful. I feel like people struggle also a lot with like in NASDAQ indices, the most. Because it's different contract size always for brokers. But actually, there is like an EA, which is really, really good for MetaTrader 5 also. It's called the HIN Magic Entry. It's completely free. I'm using it as well. And it calculates everything for you itself. So you can just download it online also. Just Google it. Magic Entry. HIN, and it's in English also, and it calculates really good, like just for your broker based on their contract size as well, on every instrument that you trade.
Shorting NASDAQ. I mean, I like the setup, but the idea of shorting.
I think we lost Jonathan. Yeah, we did lose Jonathan.
What's happening with that? Why are you losing me all the time?
I think your back test and behind in the back is really breaking today.
I actually stopped the whole backtesting process. Maybe it's something else. I haven't restarted the piece in very long. Maybe I need to do that. Okay. What time is it? 12:08. Let's see. When are Alex and Mike coming on? Well, in about 20 minutes, and then we'll do the giveaway.
Yep.
Okay, I need a quick break. I need to walk around, go up, see if the deers are still there. Okay, see you soon.
Okay, say hi to the deers from us. So you guys asking about the yen pairs already for a while. Actually, I'm skeptical on this London indices slightly. We did have the retest here, but NASDAQ does look better. Let's have a look at the pairs of yen. So what I was looking at today and already last week is that we are retesting the same level as we've been for already a month. So I'm actually was short on yen here. We were discussing it also live. So for those of you who attended, if you look at it from the daily time frame, you're going to see the beautiful head and shoulders pattern that is being formed like this on the daily. You see the left shoulder, you see the right shoulder is being formed now. So it feels like it's going to go up. So I'm at least right now, look at the weeks as well. If you look at the daily closure, the previous 2 daily closures, they are going to be from the beginning of this week quite bullish. So we have a huge long weeks on the liquidity grab here. Besides this, let me do the analysis together with you again so I can explain my thinking process. If we look at the move to the upside and the volume distribution over this whole upwards movement since the beginning of March, we will see that the majority of the volume is right here. So 148,850. So like this. So this is the majority of the volume. This is the zone that I think is quite good to buy yen. So I would wait a little bit longer until the price comes back here, because we see that it's still rejecting the same volumes. And from here, I feel like it's going to be a really good opportunity to long it for quite a big move. Let's adjust the color. So quite a big move, in fact. Let's say 200 to, don't see anything, 200 to 270 pips to the upside, because we didn't ever come back and retest the point of control of the months of February this year. So it never came back here before. I do feel like we can retest this as well. So I think we're going to start seeing the beginning of the move today in the evening after the Trump speech on tariffs. So I feel like this is really going to be good. And you guys were asking about it for the whole stream. So my alert is going to be placed on 149,140. And when it hits this level, I'm going to start looking for a buy. I want some confirmation on the lower time frame, let's say 15 minutes, perhaps a consolidation like this is going to be good, and then breakout, consolidation, breakout, all the double bottom, all the small head and shoulders here, something that is going to be a confirmation that the move has already started. Because right now we are below these volumes. We are definitely going, well, based on my analysis, right, the high probability is that we are going lower. And there are two levels that I would love to see the long from. It's 149,080 and 148,850. So those are the two levels I'm interested in for the entry. Here, 850. And when we come here, I'm going to be looking for a long. So this is my USD JPY. This is it. So shorting, Raphael, answering your question, well, depends for how long, I guess. I do feel like we're going to still drop for about 30 pips. So this might be good, but I personally don't like trading this kind of setup because the move already had started. If I would see it here, that would be a really good entry, because we had the consolidation, we had an exit from the consolidation, we had the high volume node here. So it was quite good. So this entry consolidation, the point of control of this move to the downside, this was a perfect sell entry, which of course I did not see. So right now we are retesting this level, and I feel like we might continue to drop. But again, where do you place your stop loss? So for example, here, if I would enter the trade, that would be at the best. At the worst, it would be 1-to-1. Right here, right? 1-to-1. At the best, it would be 1 to 1.8. So is it worth it? You should decide for yourself. I'm not gonna do this. But it is looking good. It is looking good. You just need to decide. I think with every trade, you need to decide, is it actually worth it for you personally to go for this kind of situations or not? I like to have at least of the possibility of placing a stop loss more correct, like more comfortable for me if it's like so big stop loss and such big possibility of the retest that I'm not doing it. I'm looking at my USDCAD here. Let's switch to USDCAD. My USDCAD is also consolidating. I believe, William, you said in the beginning that it's kind of a flag or a channel, depends how you see it. It looks like a flag, also the continuation. So you see my USDCAD, I do see the possibility of the downwards movement more. And for USDJPY, I feel like we might go more up. So that's also contradicting for those two. So my USDCAD is around consolidation, a little bit in the drawdown, but I cut the risk, so I'm only risking $300 in this one on a 100K account evaluation. So I'm gonna wait, gonna see what's gonna happen next. Yeah, I do. If you scroll, you will find the link to it. Let's see. How can you join the giveaway? The giveaway will be in about 10 to 15 minutes from now. All the details are in the description for the video. So you need to click. There is a code as well for the giveaway in the description. So everything is there. You just click, read, sign up for the giveaway, and wait another 10 to 15 minutes right before when Alex and Mike are coming on. We're going to do the giveaway as well.
Yeah, we're going to do 2 giveaways today. So first, we're going to do this first one when Alex comes on, or Mike. I'm not sure if Alex is coming. Probably. Let's see. You never know with Alex. And then that's going to be the first one, and then we're going to do another one a bit later in the live streams as well.
Yeah, so I'm waiting for this. Look at this. Look, I found the salon on USDJPY. It does look kind of nice from the land perspective. It looks like a huge head and shoulders. We did have the really nice rejection. I wouldn't be surprised if you are going to be long for this on swing. It's about 200 pips that I'm waiting for when it comes back here.
I would probably go long if it reclaims the level above there.
Above?
Yeah, that level. I would probably go long and break a retest of that level and then have my stop loss below.
Oh, my volume zone is right here. We retested it once. If on the tariffs we're gonna retest here, I'm gonna get the confirmation. I might go along here, but I'm gonna wait for some kind of confirmation first.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I quite like that. We're getting very close to having my entry orders hit here on NAS. You can see here. You know what? I'm gonna move it a little bit down. Let's just move it here. Let's see if I can get filled on this one. Let's hope. It is so close. I have to take account for the commissions. I mean the spread. So I'm probably gonna put it here. Otherwise, we might hit that one. Might hit that low perfectly, and I'm not gonna get filled because of the spreads. We'll see. Actually, I have to move it just a little bit down here. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm getting filled now. Perfect. So filled on the NASDAQ and gold. Got the gold trade looking decent, and then we have the NASDAQ here looking okay. Henry's entry is on the 50% fib. All right, that is actually a much better entry. If we go over to trading view, I will show you. This is the that's where the 50% fib is. So you have the 50% fib here, and then you also have the 20 EMA and the 50. So that's a good level. But when I go into the lower time frames, I do feel like that is the best entry, and you can see the rejection here as well. So let's go back to MetaTrader. On the lower time frames, you can see that that's exactly that type of rejection I wanted to see. If you had a horizontal level on that one, you can see it's a clean level, and usually that's where you get the best entries, where it's a completely clean level. Even on the 1 minute, it's a clean level on the 5 minute, on the 15 minute as well, and obviously not on the 1 hour because the 1 hour has not closed. But all the way from the 15 to the 1 minute, you have a clean untested level. Nice. Okay. Very good. Hopefully you know, might hit, might be a good trade this one, and can finally get out of drawdown on this account.
It's still the same account.
Oh yeah, I know. It's
it's good. It's better than it would be the new one already.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't lose it at least, so we'll see. The poll, if I will lose the account or not.
There's the question: do you look at weeks in the first place? Well, it depends on which time frame, I guess, in the first place. If it's a daily time frame, if it's a big time frame, I do look at it. It kind of shows me the strengths of buyers and sellers, right? And if we look at, I'm gonna switch to my chart for a second. There we go. If we look at, for example, EUR USD was a really good one for this. And go on a daily time frame. Actually, I think it was GBP USD. Yeah, GBP USD. What we see here for the weekly time frame, for example, we see that the price for the past 4 weeks straight couldn't close above 29,400. So we see that everything above 29,400 were weeks, which gives me the information that above 29,400 we have a lot of bearish liquidity, and the moment the price goes above it, the sellers step in, aggressive sellers starts pushing the price down. So for me, this zone plays as a sign that, hey, this is a zone that is controlled by sellers, and if the next candle will be actually closed in the zone or higher, this is going to be the bullish signal. If the price will be able to close below the previous weeks, that's going to be a bearish long-term signal for me, or midterm, right, swing 80. But if the weekly candle will be able to bullishly close in the middle of these weeks, that's going to be a sign that buyers were strong enough to finally break through, push through this liquidity that was here for weeks long. So in this way, I'm using it to see the probable direction and where is the wall of orders, from which zone the price is most likely going to be rejected. Now, on the low time frame, I don't really pay attention to this because I feel like on 5 minutes, even 15 minutes, sometimes the price might make a week and then still come back there to retest the same level again. I don't know. What do you think, Jonatan?
Well, talking about the wicks of what you're showing right here, I think what we're seeing here on the weekly is a perfect example of what a range looks like on the higher time frames, because you have the candle bodies kind of like in the middle of the range or around the middle of the range, and then the wicks are telling us that price is hitting the extremes of the ranges and then moving back into the average price or the mean price of the range. And you can look at this and you can say, well, if price starts closing below the low wicks or above the high wicks, that's going to be a breakout of the range. And I mean, if you go into the 4 hour here, you're going to see you're most likely going to see equal highs and equal lows, and it's going to be a range. Yeah, exactly. So if price breaks either of these lows or highs, you have a breakout. And of course, given the fact that it's a very strong move into the level, the break to the upside could potentially be quite a massive move. Yes. Who do we have here? The man without the glasses. Where's the glasses, man? Do you have contact lenses, or are you actually not blind?
I literally can't see anything. I've had to get up and put my face to the screen like that to get into positions all morning. Like, it's terrible.
Where's the glasses?
I forgot them, didn't I?
How do you forget the glasses if you can't see without them?
I went for coffee in the morning and I ran out.
Oh, I'm blind. I wonder why.
Like, yeah, things are looking a bit different today.
Yeah. Well, happy to have you here, Alex. How's it going, man?
Wow, how sick are these markets? Oh my days, dude. It's amazing. There's so much volatility. It's really perfect.
And then we got Trump speaking.
I took 8 pips in GU for it then to run another 38 on top of that. So I'm such a
Yeah.
I can't use that on the stream, but
No,
I
because
can't
you
hold
keep
to
saying,
onto trades to save my life, man.
yeah, it's definitely we're seeing a lot of volatility, and we do have Trump coming up later in the evening, right before the market close.
Oh, look at that! Yeah, thanks, mate. Oh, cheers. That's a nicer compliment than somebody calling me a Swiss Army knife. Yesterday, that's what they called me.
Well,
Alex,
a Swiss Army knife is the same as saying, well, you know what it means, don't you?
A Swiss Army knife, like I'm, you know, I've got many different tools in my thing, my Swiss.
Yeah. How is that not a nice thing to say? It's a nice thing to say, isn't it?
That is a lovely thing to say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Like it's a very what's the opposite of sharp?
Blunt.
You're a blunt Swiss Army knife.
I'm a blunt Swiss Army knife. That is really offensive.
I guess.
What is the point of having a blunt Swiss Army knife?
Because it has a lot of other tools. You're not as sharp, but you have many different tools. Oh, he's on his phone. Yeah, okay, that's yeah, that's not rude. Whatever. So here, welcome everyone to the 5ers live trading room. This is Alex showing how he's on the phone, and we can all look at him and we could try to read his lips. Yeah, I know, man. Stop's too tight. I got stopped out. Gotta call the market makers. Call London. Call the central bank.
Are you still holding the gold long?
Yeah, I am. Of course. There's no issues there whatsoever.
Yeah, it did kick me out, and now it's going back down.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah. Okay, you back, Alex? You know, actually, I feel like I want to take that back. I feel like you're very sharp, and you also have a lot of different tools. So you're like you're very sharp.
Kind of
Swiss
I want to hear
knife.
more. What kind of tools do you think I have in my Swiss Army knife? In my Swiss Army tool? Thanks. That is even worse than calling me blunt. Can't win on these streams.
Nah, it's difficult. It's hard for sure. Okay, where's should we do a giveaway? Okay, guys, let's what numbers do we have?
Where's our sound effects? We don't do sound effects anymore.
Oh, we don't even have the music. I got so much. Well, we never put the music on. It's like Mike comes on. It's like, where's the music every time? Yeah, let's go.
There's Trump dancing as well.
Yeah, that's it. Trump speaking later tonight. Trump is speaking later tonight. You can. Let's put something else on. Be nice.
Wait, what's the giveaway?
The giveaway. We're gonna give away 2 accounts. First, we're gonna do one account now, and then 1 account later. You know, we hit 60K subscribers end of last week, so we're gonna be celebrating the fact that we are awesome, and everyone else is in the community is awesome as well for being here. Oh, look at gold!
Yeah, I know, right? Ouch!
Going the wrong way, man. Going the wrong way.
A second. You're longing. This is a long.
I have a short.
Yeah, this is my screen. This is what did you short gold?
I did, but it kicked me out, right?
All right, it did. Yeah, you shorted. Yeah.
I don't know what hurts
Nice.
more, you in long or the fact that they kicked me out and now melted.
It's all right.
Yeah. All right. Well. Okay, so I'm long. This is my long on gold. We are hitting the 50 EMA here. Okay, I'm gonna get stopped out on this one. NAS though. NAS is looking better. I'm liking that. Okay, good. Good entry.
Okay. I'm not gonna say anything.
Look at the entry on NAS, Alex. That's like you're gonna look at that and you're gonna be like, wow, look at this, looking good. Pull up
nice.
Pull up my knife here and
retest continuation.
Yep, exactly. Okay, let's pull up some Indicators on here. How? Okay, here it is.
I'm going to show something super painful.
Sure.
Hold on a second. Let me just check that I'm take this off and this off and this off. This
Go.
This little
Mikey
move.
Hey, Mike.
And I left all of that on the table. I don't know what that picture was. That just looked super sus.
What did Trump do now?
Trump alert is working.
As Trump appeared on the screen, gold sold off. That's not Trump. That's Anastasiia selling. Guys.
What did you?
Out, and then it started going down.
Oh shit!
Ouch.
I'm in the cell. I'm in the cell.
Oh,
Really?
so it
You're in the
wasn't
cell.
Anastasiia. It was Michael.
I've been selling it multiple times, and finally I caught it.
Well, you're all gonna get stopped out because I am long
Again?
with size. With size.
Size. Wait, what?
Keep it clean, Jonathan. Keep it clean. This is a family show.
What? Okay, let's.
This. You know, you got the guys from ABL in here now. You should have heard some of the stuff we were talking about on our stream this morning. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
how
why
we
you're getting
got-
like five views on those live streams.
Whoa! Not 5 anymore.
Ooh.
25.
Oh, it's pretty good.
Mhm.
Pretty good.
Organic. Not exactly organic,
Exactly.
but still.
All right, guys. Hit the like. We are only 15 likes away from initiating the giveaway. So make sure that you are hitting the like if you want to get in on this giveaway. And then make sure also you're in the giveaway. You're going to go to the giveaway link in the description of the video. There's also the code. The code is 60K. The giveaway link is, it's all there. As soon as we hit the 200 likes, I'm going to initiate the giveaway. See how many. Oh, we have 200 already. Okay, let's do it. That was quick. Let's
What about
go.
long on GU?
You are in a long of GU.
No, I wasn't a long on GU, but I'm thinking about re-entering. What are you laughing at?
Jonathan's just,
I know, man.
I just find Jonathan's just random laughs every now and again. He just finds something amusing, but doesn't want to share the joke.
I do,
Well,
and you know
you're
what?
looking
I
at
got
the
such a
P&L
beautiful
of it.
view here. You know, I got such, so when it's like it's finally springtime, finally getting a bit warmer, and I can open up all the doors, and I got this
Aren't you in a
beautiful view
basement?
right here. What? Sorry.
Aren't you in a basement?
I am, but now I have. Thank you, Alex. Like you don't have that's I am in a basement, but like
A view of a wall.
basement is on
It's got a
the.
picture of outside, you know? Little trees everywhere.
Picture of the beach.
No, there's I'm in the basement, but on this side I'm below the ground, but on that side I'm leveled with the ground. Does that make sense?
Got you. Yep.
And then I'm like opening all the doors and I can see straight out, and it's just a beautiful view. And I laugh because life is just awesome, you know? And I do not get stopped out on GU as well, which kind of adds to the laughter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty then.
God,
There you go,
I love coming on onto these streams.
This is what you need, guys.
Make my day.
If you want to be a successful trader, this is what you need. You need to have a basement that's not a basement, that is a basement, that has a window that doesn't have a window, and you need to be able to laugh at it. That's how you get profitable. Is that right, Jonathan? Is that the key to success?
I think there's a lot more that goes into this, Michael. You need to have discipline. What are the other ones that we need? Patience.
There's a lot
all
more.
Of the things, all the things that I'm searching for in my trading. Those are the things.
Yeah, there's a few things we don't really know what, but we know that there are a few qualities that we need as profitable traders. What those are, time will tell. Time will tell.
Who knows?
All right, are you guys ready for giveaway?
Ooh, we're gonna have to pump up the
let me know in the
stream.
comments.
Oh yeah.
If you say no, I'm gonna ban you. So better say yes. I wouldn't ban anyone.
You should go. How is this stream? Look where we've gone from this stream. If anybody wants to see how the stream first started off, go like about 2 years ago, and you'd see me and Jonathan in, you know, I think it was the old offices. There was nothing in the background. Let me get Trump off. He's really distracting.
Yeah. One thing that I've noticed though is like we look so much better in those live streams. Like what happened? You know?
You know, we 1 minute charts and, you know, just.
I feel like I'm watching those old live streams and I'm like, it looks like I have one of those Snapchat filters on, you know, like one of those beauty filters on. I'm like, is that me? It's like, what happened? Like a little over a year ago, and I look 10 years younger. It's amazing what trading can do.
What happens when you lock yourself in a basement? You lock yourself in a basement. This is what happens.
Yeah, shouldn't do that, mate.
You do know that there's like houses where it's like whatever. Okay, doesn't matter. It is a basement. It's a beautiful basement. It has like.
Oh my god! I've seen it. Oh, I remember your old setup now. I'm having a look. I can see your. No way. This is when I just came back from. I'm gonna put it up on the screen. This is when I came back from France. If you remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. What do you mean we look better? I look like I haven't eaten a meal. All right,
seems like we're live. Oh, you forgot to run the intro, man. Anyway,
I forgot to run the intro.
That is amazing. Did we have any live trades? Let's have a look.
Jonathan still had the same energy levels back then as he does now.
Yeah.
We got no background, no anything.
That was our first stream together.
Staying, obviously, so they.
The good old days.
I got that. Okay, you can remove the screen now before you show.
No, I gotta show. There's some good ones. There's some really good ones.
You've got no background, but
this is way before my time.
There's Mickey. Wow, I've had so many different haircuts. What is going on? Oh, look at the haircut. What happened to that moped?
Oh, look at the views on those. Like one.
Boom. Like you got me with loads of hair, and then you got Mickey with no hair at all. It's like such like.
And we're live.
Yeah, it seems like you did lose quite a lot of hair.
We've come a long way. We've come a long way, guys.
We have. We went from. I remember when we started this, we had 25K subscribers, and we got like at best like 1,000 views. Now we're doing 10,000 views and we got 60K subscribers. The goal is to reach 100,000 this year.
I am shorting this.
You're shorting what?
You're shorting the subscribers?
No, gold.
It's taking the other side of our community.
Look, okay, guys, I gotta show you NASDAQ. Okay, check. That's a good short, by the way. But look at the entry on NASDAQ. This is the 1 minute. Look at that. That is a good entry right there. You're laughing, Alex, because you're like, I wish I would have been in that trade, and instead you went long on GU. God, yeah. Look at the entry. Look at that entry. Look at that entry. Look at that entry. That's my entry. Okay, we're gonna do a giveaway.
Wait. Before that, Brian is asking any particular reason why I'm not using the 5ers platform. I'm using the 5ers platform. In fact, I'm still doing my challenge, which I'm planning to do for the entire year, right? Where I'm going to be bringing, well, at least do my best to bring $500 to $1 million funded. So you guys can follow it on the AlphaBeta lab. And I'm
what she's trying to say is she's in a drawdown.
Awesome. I'm in the middle of passing my evaluation of a 100K account with a high stakes. Going through the drawdown.
It is. I mean, we talked about this before going live. Sometimes it is difficult to trade, live and show the whole account in front of everyone because I mean, you watching. Imagine if you come on here and you're like, you get to be trading and then you go into drawdown. It can definitely affect you. But it's just.
To be honest with you, I did post the update with the screenshots already on the AlphaBeta Lab this morning, and it's fine, right? The whole one of the goals is to be able to show the whole journey of a trader, which includes a drawdown. I was 100% confident that somewhere along the way I'm going to get in a drawdown, and I believe that's not going to be the last time over this year. It just is how it is. It's if someone thought it's going to be like a smooth ride from 100K evaluation to like $1 million, that's not going to be, because there will be periods of time when I'm going to go and have loose streaks, right, and so on. So one of the reasons I'm doing it is to show that it's okay and everyone can still go downs and come back in profit anyway.
Okay, we got to see this.
There's Anastasiia trying to give some serious.
I've never been on a live stream.
No, let's just run the intro. Let's just wait and see.
No, we have to go through the.
Yeah, let's just go through this. This is 10 seconds. And then we have to compare the intros as well.
The intro is much better.
Hi. Welcome to the 5ers live trading room. We're
hilarious.
We're gonna have a very interesting show today. It's gonna be very fun. We're gonna have lots of fun.
Yours was so funny.
I'd like to introduce you to my co-host here today.
Monday.
Yeah, I mean it's been good so far.
What?
Yeah, that was a good one. What channel is that? Yeah, good question. What channel is that?
There was one where I lost as well, and I had to dress up as a clown. I don't think that's on here.
Yeah, you did it pretty well as well. Good as well. That should have been after me, right? Like when?
That would have been, yeah. Oh, there was a. Oh no!
There we go.
Yours was much better. If we now, we got 10 seconds again, guys. if we compare clowns, Jonathan's one beats me, and
well, I don't know, man. Yours pretty good as well.
Different type of clown. Different type of clown. Nobody told me the thing that I was putting on my eyes as well. I couldn't get it off for ages.
Yeah, that was fun.
Anyway.
Okay, guys. I think everyone's.
That was only 10 months ago. Only 10 months ago.
Wow. Wow, look at
Anastasiia. Really, that was 12 months ago. Oh, wow. Nice stuff.
Someone said I'm doing FOMO. No, what I gotta say now?
I like that. Someone in the comments like, Anastasiia, you're too early. You shouldn't sell here. Like, yeah, okay. Well, she's been trading for many years and she knows what she's doing. But yeah.
Damn, no, that's gold is really melting, huh?
It is.
It's going lower.
Finally, yeah.
All right, so in celebration of my stop loss hitting on gold and your trade working out quite well, we are going to do a
quite
giveaway.
Well. That's an understatement, isn't it? Quite well.
Really, it's doing good. Better than mine. Better than mine. It's a really good trade, actually. Okay, a really good trade.
Very, very nice.
Very good trade. I will probably enter where you have your TP.
If mine hits, mine ends up with 140 RR.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Like that, no. That does not happen in real life.
If it hits TP,
140 R.
Yes.
140 R. Like what is that? What is that?
John, 140 R is. Yeah, that's it. I don't know what I'm saying. Carry on with the. I lost train of thought. I was thinking about something else.
Yeah, well, doesn't matter now, because right now we're doing the giveaway. Okay, let's where is it? Okay, let's put on the money guy. Not the money guy. We're not gonna give away money. Let's let's do the.
Who did these ones?
I'm not sure what his name is, but he does have a name though. Exactly that name is, I do not know. You like them?
They're really good. Wow, nice. What?
They're interesting.
Lee did them?
No.
Oh.
Daniel?
How
Could it be Daniel?
Daniel?
Yeah. You know someone, Daniel?
Yeah, I know Daniel. Do you know Daniel?
No, I don't know. Okay, let's go.
You have a quasi, and it's natural.
That's the wrong
Who
one.
did that? Who did that? That's not the right time. Not the right time.
All right, let's do it. Okay. Who wants to try this one? Alex, you have the honor of pronouncing the name of the winner.
Mate, do you think I can even see this screen?
Correct. This is the winner. Garav.
Gurav.
Garav. Garav K. That sounds like an amazing name. That sounds hardcore. It's like,
Oh dear.
you're the winner of an account. Congratulations, man. Let's see. Are you in the comments?
I don't
left. Left the station.
Let me know. Left the stage. You know what? Doesn't matter. Oh, it means pride. That's pretty cool. I like how in other cultures they have names with actual meaning. You know, my name means nothing. Like it's just okay. It does have a meaning, but it's like not really. Okay, like Alex. Alex doesn't have. Well, actually, Alex is like maybe you know what I'm saying though. Like it's not like my name means pride or like it just means whatever. Congratulations, man. You have a 20K bootcamp account. We're gonna send gonna send you a discount code to your email, and then later in the live stream. No way. My name means God's gift. You're kidding me.
You learned something new about yourself today, Jonathan?
Do you know what my name means? It means to be like God.
No, it doesn't.
It does. It really does.
Okay. It actually means gift of God.
I saw it was
Pretty cool.
Yahweh gives or something like that. Yahweh has given. And Michael, is it Michael that you put in for the gift of God?
Michael.
Oh, Alex
Michael
means
is
help
to be
of
like
mankind,
God.
Huh? Wow. God.
Alex helps us with his
so selfless.
with his trading insights.
Alex says here, Alex means nothing.
Wait, I'm typing in Alex.
Yeah. It says Alex means defender of man or protector of mankind.
That's what I'm talking about. That is badass. Oh,
that is pretty. So Michael is like God. I'm the gift of God, and you're protecting us.
I feel like Anastasiia is left out here. Somebody's gonna have to check what Anastasiia means.
It means basically, I know what it means. It coming back to life, basically. Resurrection. I kind of like I mean the word in English.
Gosh,
essentially,
Wait, it means resurrection. That's a bit. All right, your name means resurrection or renewal. Okay,
It's like the phoenix.
Yeah, it's kind of like a phoenix. It comes back to my trading, you know. That's how I've been surviving 8 years in the market.
Yeah.
That's
Must
it. I'm
be.
renaming where is
You're resurrecting the accounts. Oh, wow. Okay, let's go.
how do I change my name on here?
Yeah, I just closed my gold trade. So beautiful.
Yeah, I've closed mine as well for a $20 drop.
Lovely stuff.
There we go, right here. Good one. I added to my position actually when we started giveaway, and I closed both here. It's in a level where you wanted to buy it, Jonathan, where we talked about if you're gonna get stopped out from the first trade, that's gonna be the second entry. I missed the buy though, but that's a good entry to buy.
I can't see how I changed my name in StreamYard.
You can't change the name.
How did you change my name then? Because I didn't change it to
Never change your name. I don't know. You know what it's. I'm the gift of God. I have skills. I'm not a Swiss Army knife. You know. I got other. Okay, I feel like the live stream is just going off the rails here. We have to go back to.
He doesn't know that.
He doesn't know what's going on.
He doesn't know.
Let's bring some normality back to it.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be fun though? Like JR, like what? That's not even like who made that? Like that's not even fun.
Oh dear. Should we get onto something actually?
At least if you're gonna change my name and mute me, like at least try. You know what I mean? Like try.
Well, I actually didn't know how to, so if somebody could tell me how, that would be really
just
help.
click the 3 dots next to your name in the StreamYard. Where next to your mic, click the 3 dots.
Okay, guys, I think I'm gonna be leaving. I'm gonna come in a little bit later to do another giveaway as well. But I'm gonna get some lunch, and I'll see you all. Alex, are you gonna come in later as well?
Yes.
Yes, perfect, good. And you've seen that I've sent all the invites and everything. So
yeah, I see you've put it in the calendar, so it's it's easy for me to remember.
Good. Great.
It means it's going to happen.
It means it's happening.
Yeah, you see the working relationship we have here. We have to do it. We're so busy that we actually have to do this live, making sure that Alex does show up on time. And
everything needs to go in the calendar. I told my girlfriend everything. She has to put. If we want to do something, it needs to go into
really, you're like
it's got to that. Otherwise, I forget. And then I get told off when I get back home. Can't have that.
So if she asks like, "Oh, can you go out to dinner?" You're like, "Yeah, just add it to my calendar." Is that's the way you do it?
No,
like,
it's more like if she doesn't and she says, "Okay, you said we were going to go out for dinner last night, and then I've made other plans." If she didn't put it in, if she put it in the calendar beforehand, then I wouldn't have made plans on top of that.
Yeah, good luck with that. That sounds.
I'm gonna get a call in a minute because she's watching the stream.
Yeah, you should remember those things, right? Am I right, Anastasia?
No,
those are the things. Those are the things you should remember, Alex.
You're telling me you remember absolutely everything that you say sometimes.
No, but I make sure she understands that I'm partly retarded. So when I make.
So with that.
Alex, women remember everything. That's what you need to know. They remember,
Thank you.
Very everything true. That you say to the word.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We don't need to in that case. We don't need to remember everything. We just need to be black and white. Okay, you need to be here at this time, and this is what you said. And that's fine. But if it's not black and white and it's left in the ether somewhere of everything that I've said in the day, then
You know what? Let's be like water. You know?
Water, my friend. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, here we go.
Just be
Somebody
on water.
changed my name back. This protector of mankind is kind of freaking me out.
It's really weird, yeah.
No
Yeah,
pressure.
it's kind of weird.
Alex.
Super.
Okay. All right. I'll be leaving you guys. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna sit in the sun. I'm gonna not stare into the sun, but stare towards the sun.
Looks like we got out too early, Anastasia, on that gold sell. Still going.
Yeah, but I'm actually thinking about entering buy on silver right now.
Buy on silver.
Silver.
Okay, there, guys. There's the signal.
It's not the signal. Not
It's not financial advice, but it is.
But that's
Not
insane. He's
financial
get a picture from Michael here with the trade. Why are you showing us the picture? Show. Why don't you show that live though? Maybe you don't want to. I don't know.
Because I
But
closed it
that's-
already.
Oh wow. Okay, that's actually insane.
What are you showing?
How did you get that tight of a stop loss though?
Because I saw it on the 1 minute.
What are you?
Wow. What kind of comment are this? That traders are amazing partners, all right? Amazing partners. Amazing.
Yeah,
You know
try walking in and talking to me while I got a losing trade on.
Dude, like I can talk for hours about trading. You know, if you want someone to talk about, just ask me something about trading. I'll talk for hours. It's great.
There's no better way to ruin your weekend or your partner's weekend than going like long or short.
Yeah.
On a Friday.
End
of session.
Yeah. You know,
Friday afternoon.
Friday. Really want to ruin your weekend.
I mean, my partner can look at me and she's like, "Oh, you're in a bad trade." I'm like, "Yeah." in a drawdown. It's like I'm sitting in the couch, just quietly staring into the nothingness, and she's like, "Yeah, you're having a bad trade." Like, yeah, I'm sorry, honey. I'm gonna start selling the kids.
Yeah, somebody in ABL said to keep their position open, they had to sell a kidney, and I was like, "Wow, you still got kidneys?"
Yeah. Yeah, you only really need one. Like, you only really need one. Unless you're drinking a lot, then I guess you need two. Sorry, Anastasia?
What happens after you already sold one?
The kid?
You got to get resourceful and look at your family, apparently.
The kidney. I thought you meant selling the kids. No. Yeah, I never sold the kidneys. I don't know, but I do know. No, I haven't sold either. Holy shit! I shouldn't get into that conversation. Okay. I'm gonna leave before everyone else leaves.
I'm not sure this kind of conversation is good for the YouTube algorithm, is it?
Oh mate, YouTube algorithm loves this.
Yeah. The thing is, like, the more weird you are, the more views you're gonna get. It's weird, you know. It's like we have a live stream showing, like, literally showing you a profitable system, how to trade it with risk management and everything. It's like, let's talk about selling kidneys instead. That's more interesting, you know. Who wants a profitable trading strategy?
Nobody actually comes to the stream to actually see us trade. They're just here just to
hang out.
Of course they do. Of course they do. They come here to see us trade.
Comes here to see us trade.
Of course they do.
I 100% can guarantee that nobody comes here to see us trade.
Well, you're wrong. You're wrong. Okay, let's do a poll. Is Alex wrong?
Can you add to the poll the option that they come to see us losing the trades, being in the drawdown?
I don't know. I think we've got a good win rate on stream. I think we're up there. I think we've got a good win rate on stream. It's outstream is the problem.
You think?
Because we're too busy talking rubbish to actually pay attention to our silly trades that we take.
Oh.
Okay, I'm setting up the poll. Very interesting to see the result of this one.
Gold long.
By the way, 58% of you think I'm not going to lose the account. 58%. A good number.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Do your own research, guys. Do your own research.
What? On what?
On whether you're going to lose the account or not. think they need to do a bit more research.
5, 6, 1, 2, 7.
All right.
So,
Okay.
do your research before selling a kidney.
Yeah.
There was a question: how much does it cost nowadays?
Hi, as if I missed that.
Okay,
Traders are
what
flooding-
the poll is
traders are
up. Why do
flooding
you
the
come to the live
market.
stream? Go in the comment section. Answer. Why do you come to live stream? Do you come here for entertainment, live trading and analysis, or to see us lose? Okay, 60% does it for the live trading and analysis. Currently,
How many people?
that doesn't matter.
3 people.
60 people right now. It goes up, and 60% live trading. I'd like to it's a good mix here. It's a good mix.
Nice ratio there.
Yeah, 30% for entertainment and 60% for live trading, and then we got 10% just want to see us lose.
That's nice of them.
Yeah,
395,
at least they're honest, you know.
395, 395.
Okay, so it seems like they actually like Did you just drop your mic? Yeah.
Yep. Hi guys, I've cleared a second phase of high stakes, but I've not received my funded account. It is disabled. What should I do now? So send your inquiry to Jonathan at The5ers.
No. I don't care about that. What you have to do is you have to wait.
You have to just wait. Yes.
You have to wait up to 72 hours. Okay, up to 7, and do not send me an email because I do not need
the giveaway. You have to send Jonathan an email.
I do not need to. I do not need to see him to get
There's
more
the email
emails
There's
with
the email address.
questions that I
There's the
cannot
email address.
answer.
Forget about
do
help
not
at the
know
5ers. Just go to trading room at the 5ers.
If you want to get on here, if you want to come on the live trading room and share your journey as a trader, absolutely, come on and do that. And also,
if you want to share your journey, go here.
Am I muted or what? I mean,
No, we can hear you. He's just talking over you.
Just been ignored.
I remember when Victor sent me a message on WhatsApp asking like, "Is there something wrong with my microphone? Can't you hear me?" I felt so bad. Like I felt so stupid. I'm like, Victor, I'm sorry, man. It's just me. It's like sometimes I feel like no one's hearing me. It's like,
really? Do you?
Yeah, no. Victor actually sent me a message saying that, and now I feel I know exactly what it feels like.
Okay, they're asking about the confirmation. I'm gonna quickly go through this, and I'm gonna leave you guys.
Go
so for silver, I've been waiting for this volume here. This is the weekly point of control, the current week. We also have the monthly point of control here. We have the whole drop on the downside. The volume was also distributed at exactly the same level. We did have the reaction on it yesterday, today actually at night, which obviously was too early. I was sleeping, so I didn't take this trade, but we did break through the same volume now. If you look at the 15 minutes, we do have a nice kind of head and shoulders pattern here, right? And this is the right shoulder being formed. If we go up, there's going to be the right shoulder. And I was also looking at it from the higher perspective yesterday, which is the huge head and shoulders on the high time frame. So if you look at the 2 hours or 4 hours, that's also their left shoulder, the break of the highs, and now retesting the same level here, so the same zone. I was looking for this buy here, but again, it was yesterday I was shorting it, and then I took the buy, but I closed it before the 9 before layover. Should have held it, but didn't. So I'm looking for the continuation to the upside now. That's the confirmation for silver.
Nice. I like that. It looks like a good level to enter. Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys, and I will see you all later. Thank you all for
For
No, I was going to say thank you all for joining, but that's something I say at the end. Can't say that today. Thank you for being here, everyone, and thank you for staying here.
Do you know the amount of times that I've nearly ended stream when I've just come in by accident and then I have to leave and I'm like literally clicking the button end stream.
But you know what? There's only one person who has actually done that, and that's the CEO of the company. Yeah. That's all. Yeah.
That's like a mic. That's like a mic drop moment. You know, it's like
it was. I see you later, guys, and then the screen just went blank.
Yeah, we're having such a good time. It's like, okay, see you all. It's like, bye, everyone. It's like, yep, that's it. That's it. Guess no more work today.
Who's buying gold on the way back up, guys?
Everyone.
Not confident in that. Let's have a look. No.
Yeah. This is definitely a buy. I'm gonna be buying gold here. Why would you not be buying gold here? It would be crazy not to buy gold here. Gold is so incredibly bullish. Yeah, I'm going in right now. I am long gold. Let's go.
Wait, aren't you supposed to be leaving though?
Leaving the trade open. Is what I'm doing. Leaving the trade open.
Well, we got a scruffy trader here. We do
It's
like
Chris.
scruffy
Chris from
traders.
Down Under. Good to see you, Chris.
Okay, guys.
I'm gonna send Scruffy a message. I'm gonna try to get him on here.
Oh, he would love to come on. Yeah, Scruff's a good time.
Yep.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna leave my silver opened, and I'm gonna leave you guys today until tomorrow. Michael, see you tomorrow on the stream.
Looking forward to it, Anastasiia. We're going to bring some normality and some professionalism back to this thing. Yeah?
Don't lie. We all love being in these very laid back, funny streams.
Yeah, no, it is quite good. I like it.
You know, this is the break. This is the break we all need from the charts.
It is. It's very true. But I'm still looking forward to tomorrow, Anastasiia. Don't worry.
All right, take care, guys.
See you later, mate.
I'll see you all later.
Cheers, guys.
Okay, yeah, Michael. Just the two of us. We don't make it if we try. Just the two of us.
I feel like we need to remind everyone of
we're gonna pump it
where
again.
we are.
Okay.
Pump it.
Well, we're long pound dollar. That's what we are at the moment.
I'm long gold.
The pound dollar. What are you doing? Okay, so that's what we're in.
Wait, did you just bring me on when I was picking my nose? Did you?
Yes.
Oh, god damn it! You can't do that, man. You cannot do that. That is insanely unprofessional of you. And
okay, so now I can think. No, I'm only joking, mate. Wasn't. Sorry, Spanner has been banned. You do not spam the chat. As the one rule about Fight Club, the 5ers stream, is that you don't spam the chat. Alex, what
spam and you're out.
Gain last month. My percent gain last month, I can tell you.
-2%.
Oh, done. Let's get off that. Hold on a second, guys.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Oh dear.
All right. I'm out for real this time.
Yeah. Whatever you say. There he goes. All right. So I am in the long on
no
gold
answer,
from here.
It means negative. I'm glad to say it was not negative, my friend.
There you go. That's all you need to know. First time viewer.
I was gonna actually have a look, but I'm gonna put it in. I gotta open up Edgewonk.
Seth, great to have you subscribing, mate. Just make sure you do us a favor, and more importantly, go and subscribe and go and join the AlphaBeta Lab. Whilst Alex messes around with that, I'm going to tell you guys a little. Well, I'm not going to. Alex is going to tell you a little bit about what the hell is AlphaBeta Lab.
Traders, stop going at it alone. Now join the AlphaBeta Labs, a free online community built by traders for traders. Share your insights, drop value, and get rewarded for all of your contributions. Now, there's no limits, there's no gatekeeping, all traders, all markets at all level. So click in the description below and join us right now.
That's right, guys. We didn't have any music on. We didn't have any music on.
We didn't
We're
have
gonna have some
music
music.
I can definitely say this is a little bit
Closing myself.
inaccurate.
What?
There are a couple of trades missing.
Do you update that manually, or does it do it automatically? Can't hear you. You're muted.
A trade copier.
No, you're
Because it's on when you get a payout,
yeah,
it changes the account every time you get a payout. So sometimes it messes up. February was absolutely insane. January was absolutely insane. And this week so far has been really good. So I told you I am literally right 40% of the time, so you should never trust what I say.
He's right. He's right.
You say that.
Alex is definitely not financial advice.
I'm definitely
neither am I, just to be clear. No, I'm even less though.
Yeah. But yeah, this does need to get updated, to be honest, because there are some missing trades, I'm not going to lie. Anyway, what were we saying?
Anyway, I'm selling a bit of gold. I'm going to sell it back down to the bottom because we've still got this liquidity level down here on the, I think it's on the 5 hour. Yes, it's on the 5 hour. And yeah, I think we're still going to come down. Yep, 3 minute looking good. Pull back down. Come and take these levels, which at least one of them is a wickless candle. So looks nice for sells at the moment. And we've got inside bar on the 2 minute. We've got not a wickless candle there or there, but we'll see how far it goes.
Yes, we shall see.
Live trading. Okay, so Jonathan says 196 votes. Live trading and analysis. Hang on, I'm gonna. Do you know what? I'm gonna just bring this up on the chart. So this is what Jonathan's just shared with me. So why do you come to the live stream? Live trading and analysis. 72% of you. 17% of you come for the entertainment, and 9% come to see us lose.
It's funny because I've just shown I'm right 45% of the time, so they're definitely not coming to see me.
So we'll try and give you some analysis, guys, and some live trading. But yeah, I'm trading this low, this high, sorry. Trading it down. Got in. Unfortunately, spreads got me in there. I am in with a stop just above, and looking to target this low down here. On the 1 minute.
It's a little risky one.
It is a little risky, but if you only risk 0.2%, you can have some of those losses.
That is indeed. Mate, me, Raphael, we got the same. We just trade the same, mate. Every trade that you are in, I am in. We're meant to be trading buddies, mate.
Raphael is your spirit animal.
My spirit animal. I can feel it when he's about to click into going long on Jihu. I just have to click as well. I can do a little bit of analysis of why. Oh, bro, thanks, man. Yeah, I've got it choking up as well.
Enter a monthly open.
1 monthly open.
Are you talking about gold, Henry?
So I'll talk about why we got into. So the original trade that we had earlier today, we can go. This was on ABL as well. Was this one, which is quite annoying because you know, I left a huge amount on the table and I was sized up on this. So it's quite frustrating. But the reasons why I got into this trade was we had all of these lows right here. That price took them out. And ideally, when we had that engulfing candle, or when we had this really impulsive candle, the ideal thing that you would want to see is the continuation trade from there. But there was not the continuation trade. Now, I know a lot of people that were short at the time, that type of price action needs a continuation. And if it's failing to have the momentum down to the downside, that was my first kind of interest in a potential long trade. So we had this candle here that tried to push down again and couldn't even close below this pin bar. So for me, all I was looking for was a break, retest, and a continuation trade. So all I did on the 1 minute was get that. Super simple. On the 1 minute chart, you can see why. So this was the price action that we had at the time. We broke up the 1 minute chart. We broke all these candles, which a lot of people that use change of structures or CHOC or BOS, breaks of structure, you know, we had that internal break of structure, and then I got into the trade. Let's have a look. It would have been, anyway, I got into the trade around these areas and took it to, where's the 15 minute? Took it to the 200 on the 15-minute time frame. Now we're looking at the same type of setup, just on a higher time frame. If we have a look at this type of price action, we've come down. We've got a nice little bit of a head and shoulders as well. So you've got one, a shoulder, a head, and also that nice candle there. Then we've had a push up above this range, a retest, and a continuation to take out all of these highs. That is the overall idea. Now I'm long on one account. I do ideally want to get long on a couple of other accounts, but I want to get long ideally. Where would be? Let's go on the 5 minute. Ideally, in this area, so a little bit lower down, I would want to get my entry a little bit closer to the top of this range. So we'll see what happens in this session. I did get in on one trade on one account just because I wanted to be in the trade on something, just in case it just continues to go up without me, so I'm not missing out on the whole move. But that is that. I did close out on this trade earlier today at a break even. It was the same type of trade setup where we had this consolidation, a return to the 200 EMA, but I didn't really like the way that it was just consolidating and not pushing up and didn't really show momentum. So I cut this trade at break even right before it actually, right here, before it actually went back up. That is it. Show us emotional trading. Not really emotional trading, just trading. Discretionary trading, my friend. Discretionary trading.
We're just emotional.
Cold. Emotional. Cold. Emotional. Cold. Emotional. Emotional.
This bullish candle, I actually took a sole idea and I closed 50% of my position in loss just because I didn't want to risk the full stop. It's now actually going back in my favor, which could work out quite nicely. So I've still got half the trade open because we're now forming a nice reaction of these two wicks here off the 21 on the 3 minute. So there's still validity to this trade, but as I say, on the 1 minute, that candle there just didn't like the look of it. But it could still go in my favor, which is good to see. But that was an idea that I took from the Master Risk event, where if you're in a if you're in a drawdown and you think it might go against you, close 50% of your position at a loss, and then if you shouldn't have closed it, well, then you're still going to hit some profit, but you've also minimized your risk as well, or reduced your risk.
Yeah, I like the way, and that comes from Sol. Sol is the one that brought that out now, and Sol is talks a lot about the risk before he talks about the profit, and that is, I think that's a maturity thing, and I think that's that is an understanding from him losing. He's lost some big trades before, and he's talked about it very openly. So he understands that the risk on the account or on the trade is more important than the profit. I'm still not there in the maturity level of my trading. I still just focus on the profit. The risk is whatever the risk needs to be on the trade. But I think that does come eventually.
Eventually, with time and age. Could still work out. What do we think, guys? Can we see gold going down again? Looks like it might do at the moment. If we can see a bit more of a bearish momentum on this 1 minute candle, then it could be a nice opportunity.
Okay,
Can't break that low.
The first thing I'm looking at the USD CHF is the fact that we've already had a really nice push down, but we're in quite a significant area of demand. Now I want to see, obviously, where is the fit? Where are we at with regards to fibs? So if you are looking to short, this is the area. If you're looking to long, then ideally I'd be looking to long something like that, because the idea, if I was looking to long this, would be, okay, you've had price trying to push down once, you've had another time, and then you've had a third time that has now been found. Oh, that's why it's not working. It's because I had the magnet on. So you've got that candle then that's had a really nice push up. Now you've got a 50. Now price has come down to a 50 and closed back up. So ideally, if you're looking for a long, let's have a look. Really, you probably actually missed it, to be honest, if you're looking for a long, because that would have been my long entry.
That's actually a really nice one. What's on the that's on the 1 hour?
That is on a 1 hour. That would be my long entry. And then
you'd be waiting a while for that to play out.
Yeah, underneath. Yeah, you would be waiting quite a while. If you're range trading, then obviously this is the best thing. Don't forget though, if you're actually looking at this, you've got a really interesting high that hasn't been taken. I would target that high any day. Like, honestly, even let's say on a 5 minute, I'd actually look up this price action's a little bit dirty. It's not cleanest of price action, but let's say price holds underneath this and then starts doing that, then I would look, as long as the momentum is there, and you can see the momentum by just looking and seeing how fast it's like pushing up. If you've got momentum there, then that's the level that I'll be looking for, to be honest. Short 200 EMA, definitely, if you were looking for a short target. Because if we do a cheeky little invert, that is pretty much where it's going on the short side. So I don't know if that helps, mate, but that's how I would trade it.
Not financial advice, though.
Not financial advice, but that is just how I would trade it. I was looking on a daily as well, so that could take a little bit of time to play out.
Yeah, you might be right, Henry. It's just chopping at the moment. We'll see.
What's that? Gold?
Yeah.
Yeah, GU's also slowed down just a little bit. GU's also slowed down just a little bit. I don't know how much I'd like this trade now, to be honest. Now it's already done. You know, it's already tried to facilitate that lower high. If it now starts doing that, then to be honest, I'm not interested in the trade anymore.
Very nice, Shahab. 2% on gold for today. Very nice.
Damn, son. Damn.
Yeah, my gold is out.
It's very easy to make money in trading. It's very hard to keep it.
It's even easier to lose it.
Indeed. Okay, so we've got news.
Have we?
Yeah, 1:15. Apparently. Nope.
Yeah, we've got ADP non-farm employment in 50 minutes.
I think overtrading is one of the biggest obstacles I think we have. And I think the longer you trade, the more you start to understand your weaknesses. Now one of my weaknesses is overtrading and over risking. But I tend to overtrade when I'm feeling tired. If I'm fatigued and I need to get a buzz, sometimes my trading can kind of give me that buzz. And then to get me energized, sometimes I would end up entering into trades. So it's understanding when you have those triggers and trying to mitigate that by doing something else. But the awareness for all of this stuff is pretty much the first stage of getting over it all. Once you start being aware that you have these blind spots, it's game changer. Because worst thing is trading and keep doing these mistakes and be like, what is going on with me? Why can't I do this? Why can't I hold on to my profit? And then you think there's something wrong with you, but there's nothing wrong with you. It's just you haven't adapted your environment to be suitable for the way that you trade. I once tried to swing. I'm rubbish at swinging, but I was trying to be a swing trader so bad. And then eventually I just had to say, okay, my characteristics are I'm very impulsive, I'm not patient, and I like fast instant gratification. Lower time frames all day. You know, why with all of those different characteristics, why would I be a swing trader? When I went back onto lower time frames, boom, everything starts. It's more natural to my personality. So yeah, and if that's you, then you double down on those characteristics. Your impulsiveness is your benefit. You know, when people are waiting for that trade, you see that momentum, you get straight in, and they're the ones sitting on the sidelines. And then they're like, oh, now I'm gonna get in, when you're already getting to your take profit. Use it to your advantage all the time.
Just waiting to see if gold is going to push up higher or not. The level that Henry was talking about is literally just up here. And we basically tapped into it, as you can see there. Also happens to be the 200 on the 1 minute. So just want to see how it reacts here on the 1 minute. If it takes that high that it just created, or if it wicks back down. Yeah, see, it couldn't break that high. So it could still be a nice sell opportunity. But these are really, really tight stops. Or a continuation.
So I'm looking at it now, we're just back in the range, aren't we? We're just in this range. So ideally, might as well just trade the range. Probably stay out of this. This middle area.
No man's land. Yeah.
No man's land, exactly. Stay out of that middle area, and then just trade whatever we see. Maybe the trade that could look like to take it back up. Maybe something like that. That would be a really nice trade.
Yeah.
Straight onto the top of that range. Stop onto that range. Stop underneath those lows. Quick 2-to-1 risk to reward. You know what? Why not? I can do that. Why not?
There you go. Live trade on gold, guys.
It needs to come down first to that area. Don't fiddle in the middle. Love it. If you pick your bottom, oh no! If you pick your bottom, you get smelly fingers.
It was your dollar bottom earlier. You said it was your dollar bottom.
That is not my saying. That is a famous saying from a scruffy trader.
What's the saying?
Gary Langley. If you pick bottoms, you get smelly fingers.
That does sound like a Gary.
That is a
Gary phrase.
Scruffy phrase.
That's scruffy gold.
Yeah. See, Chris knows exactly what we're talking about. Okay, so needs to come down just a little bit more.
Don't worry, I'll sell it down for you.
Thanks, mate.
Pleasure.
Just hurry up for me. My impulsiveness is got tingling.
Oh, here it goes. Come on.
Yeah, see, it's when you're going on like really good runs. That's when it's like it's difficult as well, because when you're on a really good run, you want to keep pushing that really good run. Mm-hmm. You don't need to start like it's really difficult to know when to cut down or when to take a little bit of a break. Sometimes as well, when you have a really big win, taking a break is really important as well, because a really big win can be as detrimental to your trading as a really big loss, just for the pure fact that overconfidence and I think could be really, really detrimental to the ongoing trades.
Can we talk about
trading? Why you make trader simple?
I think it means how you make trader simple.
Make trading simple.
Baby pips. Gary Langley, scruffy trader. That's how you make it simple.
Gary's that's more advanced. That's advanced. You don't think Gary? I think Gary's way of trading is advanced.
No, Gary's is super simple.
Yeah?
Super simple. Yeah, absolutely. If you spend time looking at how he trades and what he trades, his is super simple. That's the whole point of why he does it, is that it's simple, straightforward. If you spend the time learning it, it's really easy to understand. Really easy to understand. M76 asking, can we talk about NFP for a moment? Like, big moves tend to happen then, right? They do.
I love revert to the mean types of trades off NFP and things like that. If you get a really fast move, and if you notice, you don't want to be trading in NFP just because you get wicked to both sides. I don't know why somebody would want to be trading with such a thin time in the book. Like, why would you want to be doing that? But afterwards, after you get a move, if it's really volatile, just that mean reversion trade, they are the fastest and the easiest trades to hit.
NFP will always move the market in some way or another, but we're in this weird period where we're waiting to see what Trump does, and I would say where NFP used to move the market, we're now in a period where Truth Social and X posts are moving the market more than anything else. That's why I use these guys.
Yeah, they're good.
With Financial Juice. Financial Juice is really, really good. If you see a move, normally within a minute or two, you'll see some kind of news or something posted here on Financial Juice that will maybe explain it. And it just gives you an idea as to why that might have happened. So it's definitely worth checking out. This gold move down, it just seems to be, do you know, it looks more like a step pattern at the moment.
No, it just looked like it's just done that continuation. I don't think it's going to come and tag me in. Yeah, it's gone. Even if it comes down now, I'm not interested in the trade. It's already made its pattern.
Gold is a beautiful pair. Trump's speech is not until this evening at what time is it at? Theoretically, it's after the markets close. So it's going to be at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock GMT.
Oh man, imagine.
Big up, LJ.
Some of the volatility we're gonna have.
Who needs to contact me on Discord? Did I miss something?
Apparently, somebody's waiting for hub credits. Jonatan will deal with that. Send a message. to Jonathan.
Apollo Jonathan's taking care of that. So I sent him the details on Monday. So he should be taking care of that. It doesn't happen instantly because he has to get somebody internally to do it. But I have forwarded on the details, and I will. In fact, I'll chase him up for you now.
No, he's already texted me.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah,
there he is.
Been taken care of. Well, it's not been taken care of, but it's going to be taken care of today.
Oh, I'm quickly going to go and get some chocolate.
Oh, chocolate. Well, I can't stay.
Okay.
I guess I have to stay.
Then. It's fine. You can go. I'll hold the fort here.
All right.
What do we want to trade, guys?
Yeah, I got lunch.
Let's get rid of Alex's chart. Let's bring mine back up. Let's give me a night there. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Much better layout. It's still holding that sell idea. I basically got in here. I've got to stop just there and looking to trade it down because we still have this liquidity down here. I still think we're going to take, but it's chopping and changing. It doesn't really look like particularly nice price action. There is this liquidity here where it opened without a wick, but quite often it can just take that liquidity and then shoot straight down, or it can leave it for later. So we'll see. Just trading the 1 minute, Raja. Just trading the 1 minute. So yeah, I know somebody was saying earlier, you know, we're trading, you know, on 1 minute or 5 minute when there's high impact news. There is high impact news, but high impact news isn't due for another, 35 minutes. So still got time. So before the news
I'm
is due,
get out my pound trade.
There we go. There gold goes. Leaves that liquidity behind, and hopefully we'll start to see it sell off.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out.
What's happening in Japan? I don't know. What's happening in Japan, Gerald? Or do you mean the yen?
Party over in Japan. Everybody's telling me how good it is.
Abe had a great time in Japan.
Yeah, he had an amazing time. How often do you find 1 minute patterns to be genuine?
I
don't know.
This one works for me if you study it and back test it. Every pattern can work, right? You know there are people who successfully trade the 1 minute charts. There are people who successfully trade the second charts. So there is something to it, but the only way you're going to find it is by putting in the time, putting in the effort to back test it, study it, learn it, and find your edge. But there is most definitely opportunities to be had.
Also, you got to understand, again, if you're a discretionary or mechanical trader, I'm extremely discretionary. You know, I trade a lot on my intuition. It's like somebody asked me I think it was the other week, if I lost that intuition, or if my edge for me is my intuition and my discretion when I'm seeing price movement.
Yeah.
If I lose that, I probably will never trade again.
Yeah.
Whereas if you've got a mechanical edge, then you should know just from your stats. Your stats will tell you how many times it's going to be genuine or blah 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 blah. That's a really nice sell. Well done, mate.
Thank you very much, mate. Where is it? Yeah, Samuel, Sam, this is my strategy. You know, if I spot something on the lower time frame, I risk a small amount. I don't have to risk a large amount, and I can still make decent profits. So yeah, see how it plays out.
You gotta understand as well. To Sam, I've seen people with 90% win rate blow all of their money. I've seen people with 10-20% win rate and made an absolute killing. It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It's the fact that when you're winning, how much are you winning? And when you're losing, how much you're actually losing. That's all it actually is. Like, Michael knows he can get taken out of 8 out of 10 of his trades, but when it hits, he wins all of his drawdown back and some. So at the end of the day, it's just a game. It is literally just a game.
It is a numbers game. It is a numbers game.
I closed my GU trade as well. Yeah, I closed it as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Sam. You know, I mean, I've full transparency, honesty, I've been funded 5 times, and I am yet to achieve a payout though, and that's not because of my trading strategy. It's because of me. It's because of my psychology and my, you know, my mental strength and discipline. That's where, you know, you just have to take the time to study it, learn it, and you know, find the best way that works for you.
Yeah, you're not the only one, mate. I've seen so many people that have got funded, and that's when it turns into a mental game.
Yeah.
If you just, and one day it snaps.
You know, I got funded on hypergrowth, on the 10k hypergrowth, right? Yeah. Within a day, I scale up to 20k with one trade. With one trade in a day. And then I blew it within about 2 weeks. So you know, it can all be done. It's just, I don't like the way this is reacting here, so I'm going to close this at that. So spot.
Yeah, good decision.
The 2R, I don't like the way it's bouncing back up, and it's got this liquidity here where it started. So I'm going to close that.
Congratulations, mate. But again,
there you go, Sam. Well done.
This is literally just the start, and now it's actually the real work. It's about keeping it, making sure you get payouts. And when you have money in the account, don't look at it as extra drawdown. Make the money and take it out. Just withdraw as much as possible. Just keep withdrawing, non-stop withdrawals. You make 5%, stop, withdraw. Make 2%, stop, withdraw. Just keep doing that. Take half of that money, buy another account. Go on to Traders Connect that account. Do the exact same thing, and literally rinse and repeat until you've got a shed load of accounts, and you're minimizing your risk each time. And then suddenly when you're making 2-3% on your account, you're now doing that times 5 in the other accounts. And you can really compound your money really fast if you do it correctly.
Yeah, and Deuce is quite right. Once you get funded, the goal is to stay funded and protect that capital. That's where I struggled. Thank you very much, Marina. Thank you. Azra, I'm. It's going to chop us around a bit.
It's too choppy. Price, I think we've had. You look
at that on the 5 minute. That 5 minute is nasty, because that would have been a nice signal for me to say, right, we're selling. This then pushed up, and it's technically bounced off this one here, suggesting we're going to leave this liquidity down here. So actually, right now it looks like longs because we've had a nice reaction from there, and potentially pushing up because we took the high of this one. Of this 5 minute candle. So if anything, I'm looking at longs now.
Yeah, fair enough, mate. I like that. Fair play. No, that's not what I'm saying, mate. I'm just saying, so let's say you got one funded account and you're trading it. Take the money, all the profits that you got from that funded account, buy another funded account, stick on a trade copier. So now you're only trading one master account, but all the trades are getting copied to the other ones.
So you can compound it, basically.
Keep trading your normal strategy, your normal way, and don't look at the other ones. Get a payout, buy another one, and just keep stacking on your accounts onto that trade copier. And slowly but surely, as long as you're trading well, you will have a long list of capital.
Yes, you can copy trades, William. I think it's as long as your 5ers account is the master one. Then you can use your 5ers account as the master account, and then you can copy those trades to wherever you want. So yes, Deuce, you can use a trade copier as your, as I just said. So copy your trades from high stakes, hyper growth, whatever, boot camp, whatever one you want.
You can copy trade. You can copy. I know. Yeah, you. Yeah, there's certain rules around. If you're looking at other funds, there's certain rules around how you do it. Sometimes it has to be a master account and stuff like that. They want to know that because they want to know that they're not getting hedged and reverse traded and things like that.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right? There's ways of telling that without stopping people from doing it. So
yeah.
So what is the account?
That doesn't.
Sorry,
go
Michael.
No, go.
So you
go.
Going or am I going? Okay.
No, you go.
So if the trade is a different account size, it all does it on the back end. So you set up your copier. So whatever you take in your master account will get copied the exact. So let's say it's 1%. You're doing it on a percentage basis. So let's say you got a 50K account and you're taking a $500 trade in your master account. Then let's say you've got $100,000 account in a slave account. It will still take that 1% trade in that $100,000 account, and it'll do that automatically. So you don't have to think about the risk. All you need to do is focus on trading that one account and one account well, and that's it. Do you have a video on that? We don't have a video on that, actually. No. Maybe I should do a video on
that. Yes, you can, Alban. You can hold your trades, no problem. Just don't have new trades open during the 4-minute window. So 2 minutes before, 2 minutes after. Don't have any stop or limit orders triggered, and don't open any market orders during that 4-minute window. But you can leave trades open. Just be aware of the fact that there will be widened spreads, there'll be slippage and all that sort of stuff. So just be cautious and, make sure that you're comfortable with where your stops are and everything else, because news can obviously move the market one way or the other. Chris, no, you don't need to contact the 5ers before doing it. You can use whichever copy trader. If you go to Rich, Rich, who does the sessions, I think, does Victor have a trade copier as well? Alex, I can't remember. I know Rich does.
Rich does, because Rich gave me the copy of that he used, and it's fantastic. I've got a good few trades on there, and every trade is perfectly copied over. Obviously, there's a little bit of things with I wouldn't say latency, but sometimes spread and things like that. There can be you could probably get into a little bit of a difference in price, but it's nothing that you should worry about. It's just part of doing the business, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. There's quite a few out of them, Matt. Best thing to do is to go out there and have a look and see which one works for you.
I'd recommend one, but I am not taking responsibility if everything goes pear-shaped, and that's Traders Connect. Griff as well, who comes on and does a session here, he works for their support, so he does the stuff, and they are fantastic. Not the cheapest, they're about $10 per account. But it's just, again, business expensive.
Then you're then paying for infrastructure and all that other stuff that that you would need anyway. The other way to do it is to do it on your own VPS. So get your own VPS set up and have all your MT5s, MT4s, whatever you're using across all of it. Yeah, so Louis right. BlueFX is free. You can use that one. But if you want to reduce the latency and all that sort of stuff, then you can do it on your own VPS. But again, your own VPS is going to cost money as well, unless you have that hosted at your own machine at home or something. But then you're then dealing with your own latency on your own internet connection as well. So
yeah, and they're pretty decent. You can have C-Trader and MT5 and all of these. Pound is still juggling, huh? I'm out of this trade, by the way, but it's still holding.
Yeah, gold I'm leaving for now. Gold isn't showing me anything. It's just creating inside bars left, right, and center, which just doesn't bode well for any kind of trade, really. It's taken these two here, but we still have another one up here. Oh no, we don't. Sorry. 7 minute. Taken that one. Now got 11 minute one.
Just looks like ranging.
Yeah. Gold looks like it's probably positioning for the news. Yeah, there will definitely be a breakout. Paliloligi. Which way? Who knows? Who knows? At the moment, it's done a 15-minute inside bar as well.
Wake up tomorrow.
Why?
Because I want to see what has happened already. I want to wait.
You're not going to stay up and watch it? You're not that old that you're going to go to bed that late.
I go to bed early. At 9 o'clock every night.
And okay. I've really struggled to believe that.
I tend to go to bed at 9 o'clock. Just yesterday I didn't go to bed at 9 o'clock. But
okay. Yeah, look, we had a 30-minute inside bar as well. So we've now got liquidity either side.
Ooh, so it's nice bit of momentum on the pound pushing up. Nice bit of momentum on the pound.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got all of these highs up here. I'm just waiting to be taken. I love all of this, these like wiki areas. If I take off my EMAs,
oh, he's gone again. Where'd you go?
I had to look at my screen.
Oh,
all of these highs are just such great areas to target. More wicks, the better. Well, we have been in this range. If you looked at that on a 5-minute time frame, what would be, where would you be trading it? You would think up. I would think it's going up.
Not necessarily, because you've broken. That candle, fair enough. But if you look at the bigger move, the wider move, that's broken previous structure there. So I'd actually potentially be selling. No, the much bigger move.
Yeah, but if we look at it,
not the overall big one, but what I'm saying is that the last leg down looks like a sell to me. But the fact that that's the weekly and it has literally formed 1, 2, 3. This is the 4th week where it hasn't gone anywhere and it's just sat there. Shows you that it's in consolidation. Look at this. It's breaking to the upside now.
What would be that if we were to swing that? No way.
What?
Going off the price action, if you were to swing it, where would that end up being? 1.32? Seems just a bit.
Yes, there is a slide. There is news in less than 20 minutes. There is USD news.
Yeah, you see, gold
5K max drawdown is 500, so I risk 4% of Ritik. I wouldn't be going. Alex, what do you think of this one? Do you want to take that one?
Look, it's not good. Long term, risking 4% long term anyway. Is probably
it's a route to ruin.
Not, yeah, it's not. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know how you trade. Anything can happen, and if you feel like that's the adequate risk to put onto your trading strategy, then do it. If that's what you think. It's like I could say absolutely anything right now. At the end of the day, I don't know how you trade. I don't know anything about it, so I can't really make a judgment. I know there's certain trading strategies or trading setups that I have that I would put that much on, and I'd be confident that it would hit. And if it doesn't hit, well, that's fine. I'll just get that money back eventually. But that's only you can make that judgment, and asking people is actually going to do worse because it can cloud your judgment. And you want to actually, as much as we love doing these live trading rooms, you have to do your own work and not listen to the stuff that we say, other than like the overall advice. But technically, you've got to put in the work and seeing what works for you.
Yeah, exactly. Question from Hard Traffic. Hard Traffic, there is... Let me stop sharing my... GU is going.
Yeah, mate. There you go. What can we say? We did close early.
So... This one for Hard Traffic, you're asking about an indicator for news. So this one is a paid one. It's one that I've bought myself, but it is very good because it does have news indicator in there as well. I think it's something like a $60 or $70 one-off fee. But you can basically choose what news you want to see. You've got a trade scheduler. You've got market sessions as well. So you can see what sessions are open. This particular tool is really, really powerful. It's called Trade Dashboard MT5. I don't know how much it is right now, but it is very, very, very comprehensive, and does everything. You can do trade positions like you would on TradingView, for example, and you can position your lines. You'll see your risk to reward, how much you're risking, all that sort of stuff. You can change how much you want to risk. It's got everything. So definitely one that I would personally recommend. Otherwise, you can use the position sizer one as well, which is also very good, but it doesn't have the news if that's specifically what you're looking for. So yeah, GU did go without you, didn't it?
No, I got in on one account and then I decided to close it because I didn't like the price. I didn't like how it was. So.
Yeah,
no worries.
For me in scalping, I figured out that 0.2% per trade is my best way to go. I don't feel emotions with that amount at risk. Which when 10 to 30 trades a day, it makes enough at the end. Yeah, if you've got a decent win rate, Pierre, then that's a great way to go. You've got to figure out what works best for you. Otherwise, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Otherwise, so yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I think the main thing to look out for is doing what Alex was saying earlier. Trade what works for you. Don't trade what you think works for everybody else. Understand what's your emotion and what's your best approach, and work it that way. Don't try and copy somebody else's approach because you think that works. Don't copy. Build your own strategy. Test it. Understand it. Learn it. It's advisable to close your trades now while in profit or manageable loss, than to hit by news in 50 minutes and not be in control of your trade positions. Yeah, definitely a good risk approach. What do you understand by liquidity and how important it's in gold? Everyone has their own definition of liquidity in gold and in every other asset. So mine is, I look for, there's liquidity everywhere. So you've got what I would describe as major liquidity and minor liquidity. Major liquidity is what will really move the market after a reaction, after it takes it. And that major liquidity is inside bars, perfect equal highs and equal lows, or wickless candles. Those are my three levels that I look for. If NFP is good for the USD, then price goes down. Yes, that's right, because that's bullish for the dollar. Yep. DJ, who knows? Couldn't tell you. No idea. That's like flipping a coin. Best to trade the reaction. Don't try and trade the news. Trade the reaction afterwards.
I agree.
Are we not allowed to take trade till payout is received when we request for payout? No, as long as if you've made the request for the payout, then you don't need to wait. As long as the amount has been deducted from your MT5, then you can carry on trading. You don't need to wait for the actual money to get into your account. You just need to make sure that your MT5 has been deducted the amount that you are requesting. Thanks, I got it. Just don't want to get banned after funded. $25 left to pass phase one. Not sure what you're referring to, Ritik, but I guess you're talking to Yasin in the chat.
The amount of times I've seen somebody that have got only $25 left and they've put on a massive trade to get that $25. Do yourself a favor. If you've only got $25 to pass, take only a $25 risk trade, please.
Yeah.
Don't go putting on $100 or anything like that because you think you can get it faster. Risk $25 to get your $25.
Yeah, do a 1-to-1. Amen to that. Hey, JR.
What's up? What is up? What is up is gold.
Well, not really.
What's up?
It's kind of ranging.
And what's down is NASDAQ. Let me show you something. It's amazing. Amazing. All right. What we got right here? We got a gold trade. I got an entry at the range lows. We're looking for a move up to range highs. Definitely most likely gonna hit that TP. And then we got NASDAQ in the 4 hour. Look at that. Come on, nice little entry here. It is moving down. Gonna make some money here. What's the market opening? Is that 1 hour and 30 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah. It'll be interesting. Interesting.
I'm not joking. I've
Shrimp
seen somebody have $1 to pass, and they've put on a massive trade. I don't know what they were thinking. They've put on a massive trade and lost the account when they had $1 to pass. So yeah.
Have you read that book? What's it called? Stories That Never Happened.
Stories That Never Happened. What book is that? Never heard of a book like that.
The Book of No Stories.
Book of No Stories. Can you wait? Hold on a second.
Okay.
You're telling me you actually read?
You don't get it. But yeah, I do read. You don't think I read?
Picture books do not count.
No, I'm a disguised intellectual.
Green eggs and ham.
Like I read CMT. Man, I've been reading that book for the last I don't know how many months.
Gold is going.
Yeah, this is as well.
Gold is going straight to TP.
Not so sure about that.
I gotta take out liquidity first.
I think it's actually happening. Do you know what? It's more common than people actually think. I don't know why it is that when they're so close, they decide to put on a big trade because they think they can get it there faster. When it's not really, you just put a little trade on and you get there anyway.
Why did you come on the live stream? Can show it yourself.
I posted AB Labs for UOG if you guys want to check it out.
This is the person that made the shrimp image, isn't it?
It's LJ. Yeah, LJ
This is not just the person. This is the boy.
This is the legend.
This is the legend. This is the man.
He's an AlphaBeta legend.
He's an AlphaBeta. Let's have a look.
Yeah, well, that's the thing though. He's with AlphaBeta, so it's like
you're in AlphaBeta as well. I don't know what you're talking about.
I am.
Those of you who aren't sure what AlphaBeta is, come and join us. Come find out.
Looks like it's got It looks like it's starting to get divergence, to be honest. On
what are we talking about? But you went into AlphaBeta Labs. Who trades with IG? Is it like who does that?
LJ.
LJ does.
All right. I'm sorry to hear that.
Pretender is still in his long.
That's right, Henry. I'm not an AlphaBeta. I'm an Alpha. Alpha. Okay, I need to get some coffee. Can you guys please
get some coffee?
Wait for me to get some coffee?
That was a nice
What
little move.
What would we do? Do you think we're just going to end the stream before you come back with your coffee?
Well, it has happened before.
Yeah, but not by us.
No.
Yes, you can go and get your coffee. Of course you can. Streamers highlights. It is a known controversial topic.
I love it. I love the idea
of ICT concepts.
I think they are a fantastic framework for basic traders. I'm not talking about the guy, not talking about the marketing, I'm not talking about the scams, I'm just talking about the overall way of helping people map out the market. It's fantastic.
I think we should not give ICT any publicity, any airtime, any screen time, any whatever. I feel like many other people have talked about the exact same concept in a much better way and explained in a way that is just as profitable, if not more profitable. It's just that ICT, with all the insane things that he has going on, has given him, he has the spotlight on him because of all the insane things that he's saying. Like, for example, that he created the one algorithm that controls the whole market, that he got kidnapped by two market makers and he had to use Fibonacci sequence to get out of the kidnapping room or whatever, and they told him the sequence of the market. Like, what the hell? We should not give the guy another minute of exposure. Look at Trader Dante. If you listen, you want to learn technical analysis, go to Trader Dante. He teaches the same. What? No,
you're telling me that did not happen?
I don't think that happened. Okay, I don't think that happened. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't think that happened. I respect people that is profitable in trading and everyone that's trying to become profitable. Unfortunately, the first thing that people see when they Google trading is ICT, while the first thing that they should be seeing is, I don't know, people like Trader Dante. Again, he has some solid content out there, and a lot of other people have good content out there. And the thing that works is learn technical analysis. If you understand technical analysis deeply, on a deep level, then you understand how all of these indicators and price action structures and how they work, and then you build your own system. You don't need all the extra madness. It's just a waste of time. Just a waste of time.
But Jonatan, you interview a ton of 5ers traders who have been funded, who have had payouts, etc. And how many of them are using ICT in some way or another?
The long-term profitable one, I would say very few, but most of the people that I interview for successful trading interviews, they are using...
I'm not going to let Jonatan say that about you again. Honestly, I know what you said is real. I know your content best. I'm on the live stream right now and I'm going to big you up, all right? Don't worry, I've got you back, okay? I know value gap is the only way to trade. I know, okay? Don't worry, I've got you back. All right, guys.
Oh, so seriously though, I do interview traders for YouTube channel, successful traders, and we know they are successful because we know that they are funded. We know that they have scaled their account. We know that they have multiple payouts, right? But they come and go. Okay, they come and go. Yeah, they blow up a lot. There's one guy interviewing is like, hey, I'm using 2% per trade. I'm like, well, don't you think that's a bit risky when you have a drawdown? No, it's okay. No, and then he's gone. And so the people get into trading because ICT is popular, and that's why they're using ICT. If I would be as popular as ICT, probably people would be screaming about the RL set. But it's the same thing. Like ICT's optimal trade entry is the same as ICT. A break and retest of a naked level is a fair value gap. It's all the same.
Wouldn't it be funny if in 5 years' time there's a stream and they're saying, guys, what do you think about the RLZ? What do you think? Does it work?
But that would never happen because I'm not gonna pretend I got kidnapped. I'm not gonna pretend that I created the algorithm that controls the whole market. Like, I'm not gonna that's never gonna happen.
We've talked about this guy so many times, and the problem is it's not the concept, it's not the structure that his initial idea provides, right? It's the guy himself, right?
I think it is the structure.
Pay attention to the guy himself.
Yeah, I think it is the structure though, because he creates a false narrative that if you trade this system, if you trade with my template, you can never lose. You can't lose. You're always going to be profitable. Yes, you will have losing days and winning days, but you're trading with the algorithm, so you can never lose. You're trading with the creator of the market algorithm, and that's just giving people false expectations. ICT will not be profitable most likely in 10 years. Okay, in 10 years we will have something else, and a break and retest of a fair value gap with whatever, that's not going to be profitable in 10 years. You know why? because it has most likely not been.
It's the same thing that we trade, just with different terminology.
Yes, exactly. And it's like, what do you think about ICT?
We're not going to be profitable in 10 years.
What you're doing today, Alex, will not be profitable in 10 years. Okay?
Don't say that. No. But
what I did during COVID is not profitable today.
The continuation is going to be there forever unless the market just stays still.
Yes, the underlying principle of a break and retest and continuation will, of course, still be true 10 years down the line. But having a 10 pip stop loss might not work. You might have to have a 20 pip stop loss.
Agreed.
Taking TP at the FTA might be leaving too much on the table because we enter a new pandemic or whatever, and the Fed is just flooding the market with money and everything's just going in a trending direction. So you have to adapt to the markets, right? And so we have to change parameters of the system. Now, if you thought that you created the market, then you would not have to change anything because you are basically the god in the markets, right? It's so insane. It's so insane. I don't even know what to say. I guess I've said quite a lot already.
That's not like you.
Not at all.
Go get your coffee, man.
Yeah, be right back.
Oh dear, LJ, you're totally right. You're totally right. You know, the fact of the matter is, right, is ICT is just another way of describing how the markets move. If you can get something from it, then good for you. If it makes sense to you, good for you. Find a strategy that works for you, that makes sense, that gives you edge, and hone in on it, right? And just go from there, right? Doesn't matter what you call it whatever you want, right? It doesn't matter. Just go and find the strategy that you can see, that you can understand, that makes sense to you. When you look at a chart, if you can see a break and retest structure, if it makes sense to you and it just naturally comes to your eye, go for it. If you look at a chart and you can see whatever it is, ICT concepts, his, I don't know what it is, fair value gaps or whatever they're called, go for it. His silver bullet or whatever they're called. Hone in on what works for you, what you can see and what you can define as an edge for your trading, and just go all in on that and fine tune it, back test it, and make sure you know it. And then the last part, which is the hardest part, is your psychology and your mental discipline. So, you know, the ICT guy himself, ignore it. He's just noise, right? He does it there because he gets people interested and he gets people checking it out. Don't waste your time with him. Find a strategy that works for you and go from there. Jonatan, leave me alone. Alex, what are you doing on AlphaBeta Lab?
Somebody said check the lounge chat. Void said.
Hey?
He can solve the market, but he can't solve this.
Quite right. That news was rather uneventful, I've got to say. At least on gold, anyway. Those of you are wondering what Alex has got on his screen, this is the AlphaBeta Lab. This is the trader-led educational community, where we have free courses, content, and insights for traders that really want to take it seriously.
I'm going to try not to show everything in here. But this is Daniel's gold course. He's a great gold trader. So you've got many different things. We also had Dirk on for today for a workshop. We talked all about the macroeconomics, what's going on around the world, some of the leading indicators, and it was actually super interesting.
Yeah.
I learned, because that is probably my weakness as well, that I don't know enough about.
It's your blind spot, isn't it?
It's my blind spot. Don't know enough about, and it's the thing that I actually find the most interesting is just the macroeconomics and geopolitical issues and things like that. It's actually the thing that is super interesting. And he went through all of those, talking about the yield curves and the fact that he's starting to take money out of stocks and start putting them into treasury bonds and things like that because they give better yields at the moment. So things like that trading is only one part of your overall toolbox, and having a long-term strategy of managing your finances or trying to manage your investments, super important, because nobody wants to be day trading on a 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, even 4 hours all their life. Who wants to be doing that?
Yeah.
I don't. So
no, I got out, William. I didn't like the chop, so I thought best to stay out. Isn't available in Nigeria? It most definitely is, Sly. It most definitely is, because we have got members from Nigeria in there. So check it again, but the URL is most definitely correct. The AlphaBeta, yeah. So
didn't I tell you gold is going down, taking out that liquidity?
You said it was going up.
Yeah, but it's I said first take out liquidity. This is what we got right here. We got that liquidity. Yep. Okay. Now it's going up. Let's go. Good. All right. What are you guys? What they are hiding in the courses? Hiding Alpha, obviously.
I really want to show you one of Jonathan's courses. Oh no,
Yeah,
that's a special one.
I'm going to leave you guys to it.
Jonathan hasn't even seen how good his course is.
No, I haven't even seen it. I had a message. Oh my god, I'm so bad at answering messages. My WhatsApp is just exploding with messages. I believe I had a message from the editor.
Yeah, he did.
Are you going to show me something?
Henry. He really did mention
liquidity.
That was a
joke. Like liquidity. What is liquidity? No one knows what liquidity is. Like, what is liquidity? Well, you get money in the market. If there's a lot of money in the market and you can easily enter and exit the market, it's a liquid market. Like, that's liquidity. It's like, oh, you look at the wick right there. There's a sign of liquidity. What do you even mean? What does that even mean?
Henry, don't rile him up. Don't rile him up. Right, I'm going. See you later, guys.
Wait. Oh, am I supposed to be off as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's have a look.
Wait, you wanted to show me something.
Who?
You wanted to show me.
I could put on a teaser of what it looks like here. To be fair.
Yeah, put on a teaser because I haven't seen it myself.
Okay.
Oh wow, it's quiet.
It is very quiet. I'm just gonna pick a random
Bit
one.
awkward.
Actually, let's see. I'm gonna pick a random one just because. Oh.
Yeah, dude, you're gonna be back in half an hour.
Okay, so I'll have a little break. Why is it not playing? Hold on. Okay, this is embarrassing.
Looks like you're dragging you. There's no sound, is it?
Trend is your friend, huh? Can't hear it.
I can hear you. I think you have to enable the sound in when sharing the screen or sharing. You have to enable sound.
Yeah.
Think of it as the heartbeat of the market.
While prices may zigzag up and down, they often follow a consistent path that defines the trend. There are three main types of trends. First, we have uptrends. This occurs when prices form a series of higher highs and higher lows. This indicates consistent upward movement. It reflects a strong demand outpacing supply. And then we have downtrends. This is when prices form lower highs and lower lows, showing a persistent downward movement driven by greater supply than demand. And then we have the range, also called sideways or flat
these are obviously
trend.
the basics for the basic ones. There's some awesome graphics on some of these ones.
Yeah, the graphics are really nice. That's exactly how I envisioned the course to look. That's going to be really cool. I mean, it's demand, prices fall, creating a downtrend. However, supply and demand are not static forces. They're influenced by a wide range of factors. Of trends is their fractal nature. This means that trends occur across all time frames, whether you're looking at the 5-minute chart or a weekly chart. The pattern and the behavior remains remarkably similar across time frames. For example, a short-term uptrend on the 5-minute chart might look identical to a long-term uptrend on a daily chart. The fractal nature of trends allows traders to apply the same principle of technical analysis regardless of their trading style or time frame. This universal applicability makes trends a cornerstone of technical analysis. So how do we recognize trends? Well, recognizing trends in... All right, I think that's good enough. Nice. Let's not give it all away.
Yeah, mate, honestly, I could probably listen to that and fall asleep. Not in a bad way. Like, it's like very soothing.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. And you know what? I think that video was one of the first ones, and I had a broken foot when recording that one, so I'm standing on one leg.
All right. Are you good for being on your own? I'll go for a quick.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Back is killing. All right, bye.
Yeah, see you soon. All right, guys. So what are we trading today? Let's see. All right. To be honest, I think my voice in this course is more relaxed, more professional in a way. Anyway, okay, so. What are we talking about? Yes, okay, trading. We are trading. That's what we're doing. Let's go. Do you guys want to see that? Yeah, at in about 30 minutes, I'm gonna do the last giveaway. Do you guys want to see MetaTrader or TradingView? Like from a live trading perspective, obviously, I like I like MetaTrader. It's easier to. It's obviously easier to see the whole live trading things, right? So let me know if you want me to look at TradingView or MetaTrader. But we are seeing gold reacting nicely to that level. We got a NAS short as well, looking very good. Now I want to say, yeah, that's actually a good idea here. So we're actually going to be switching to TradingView. By the way, Henry, thank you for actually noticing that trade. That is actually a trade. Based on the RLZ system. Is it also a signal in Discord? Let's see. Yeah, it was actually a signal in Discord. So what's cool is I'm getting, when I'm getting all these alerts, I can easily check them on my phone. It's pretty amazing. This was a good trade, man. This was a good trade. Was a good trade. Okay, good stuff. We got the 1 hour good entry here. We're currently in this NAS short right here. We have the market opening in 1 hour. I'm probably gonna keep it open. It feels like it's moving quite bearishly here. I'm definitely gonna keep this one open. Man, I should have should have taken this trade on my personal account as well, so it gets coupled over to the bigger funded account. M76BB says, I'm in a sell on GU and buy in gold, but is that counter? Well, we can very easily do a okay, that's weird. We can very easily it's black. All right. What we can do is we can go to GBP USD, and then we can add gold. And then what we want to do is we want to look at the daily. Here we have gold and sometimes as well we want to try to fit the curves to each other to try to find a correlation. And I'm not sure I am seeing a correlation between GBP USD and gold on the daily. Let's look at the 4-hour. I'm not really seeing this on the 4-hour either. So there's no clear correlation here between these two assets. The best way to see if there is correlation, you pull up the chart and you look for yourself. I mean, looking at the 1 hour here, we do see that there's a bottom here, top, bottom, top. So I guess there is some correlation here on some inverse correlation here on the lower time frames. So a sell on GU and a buy on gold. I think gold right now it's moving in a way, and it's kind of putting itself in its own category in itself. It's trending in a way that the Forex market usually does not trend. So you can't really compare it much like that. Let's go to gold quickly. I do have that trade open on gold. We are right now. So my entry on gold is right here. And then I have my stop loss is all the way down here. What I'm going to do now is I have my TP up here. What I'm going to do now is going to adjust this position, and I feel like I should do so in MetaTrader so that you can see the whole process. Here you can see the stop loss and the TP. What I'm going to do now is I am going to move my stop loss up here. Now we have a minimal loss if that one hits TP. I mean, if that one hits stop loss. We're going to go over and see if we can perhaps modify the NAS short as well. I'm going to keep the stop loss at the original position. NAS on MT5 is NAS 100, NAS 100. You want to scale? Nah, I'm not going to scale in on that gold. The gold is just going to be one position. I'm gonna let that one be. It's a bit too late to scale, I believe, into this position, and it's so volatile. I feel like it's still carrying quite a lot of risk being in this position. So I don't feel like I want to be scaling into this one today. Okay, let's go over to trading view. All right, just give me a second. I'm gonna fill up some coffee. Be right back. All right. Okay, so we got NASDAQ right here looking good. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. It's been my biggest account is 160K with the 5ers, but I also have other accounts with other firms. The 160 account is going very slow, if I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's in a drawdown, and I've actually been in a drawdown for quite some time on that one. And it's mostly because my concentration when it comes to trading is a bit all over the place. I'm trading that account, I got my personal account, and that's all connected to trade copy, right? But this is the account that I'm trying to pass, during the live streams, and focusing on these trades, and also trying, like, it's a mess. I would probably have much better trading results if I just focused on one thing, but that's not really fun, is it? What's my view on Euro GBP? Well, let's take a look. Right, okay, so the first thing that I see here is we have a potential long opportunity here. Oh, the 20K hyper account, the hyper growth is, I believe I'm up 1% on that one. And I also have a 100K bootcamp that I'm working on. But so what I'm doing is, okay. So you guys know that I created the hypergrowth program because I backtested a system on NAS, and the backtesting results are really, really good. But then I started looking more deeper into the backtesting and did more, robustness testing on that, and I saw that it's actually not very stable. It's not very consistent, so I need to do more work on that before I apply it to that account. And I feel like I need to take a little bit easy with that. I need to do more backtesting and more testing. So I'm going to keep that account open and obviously take a trade to make sure that the time limit doesn't go out, right? But I need to do more testing on that system to trade it more. But I'm up 1%, and I'm going to keep it that way. But that's why we have different evaluation accounts. The bootcamp account is 3 steps because it has a certain structure, and it's made to help people discover a consistency in trading. So we have the 1 step, the 2 step, and the 3 step. The 1 step is the hypergrowth, the 2 step is the high stakes, and the 3 step is the bootcamp. So for beginners, the bootcamp program is really great because if you can get through the 3 stages of the bootcamp challenge, that is shows that you are consistent. I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna look to make sure that the link is correct. We do not have instant funding, as in no evaluation, but we do have an evaluation account that is 1 step. So you make 10% on the hypergrowth and you get funded. It's a 6% drawdown and a 10% profit target. I believe that. Oh, is that the link? Over Trading Club. Did I have the wrong link? The Over Trading Club. Okay, I gotta look that up. Are we sure that is the real link? Oh, seems it looks like, oh, it is the overtrade. That's awesome. Okay, let's use that one then. The Over Trading Club. Here we are trying to be professional, and she decides to go with over trading. I love it. Okay, so I've now updated the description, so it should now be correct. Perfect. So, which is the best program? I would say long term, the best program is definitely the hypergrowth program. Okay, long term, it's definitely going to be the hypergrowth program. The high stakes is also, I mean, if you're a day trader, if you're a scalper, then most likely you want to go with the high stakes program for the high leverage. If you can trade day trading and scalping with lower leverage, then hypergrowth is very good. Those two options if you are quite the experienced trader. If you feel like you have a chance of getting through the evaluation, but you're not really sure about the whole process of trading for prop firms, and the bootcamp challenge is really, really good to get in. It's cheap, it's easy, and if you go through these 3 stages, you are a very consistent and profitable trader. We see that, I believe that those who go through the bootcamp evaluation have the highest success long term, I believe, because of the things that is required to pass the evaluation. I'm not saying it's more difficult, but it's definitely requires more long-term consistency to go through. Okay, so GBP, no, Euro GBP. Someone asked for Euro GBP. And what I like here on the daily is the fact that we do have this very strong daily bullish engulfing and outside the bar as well. And price came down and hit the reload zone right there. I almost bought this Monday because it had like a break and retest of this level, but I want to see some extra push to the upside. I believe the max funding for high stakes is 500. Hypergrowth is up to 4 million. I believe that the bootcamp is quite high as well. Why don't we take a look? Okay, so let's first take a look at the bootcamp. Something's up with my browser. Obviously, it's not showing up correctly. Why is it doing this? Okay, let's look at the scaling plan here. It does look like the you can scale up to 4 million on the bootcamp. Same with this. This is the thing with if you get a 40K hypergrowth account, you make 10% to get to the next level, right? And there's only 8 levels to get to 4 million. Now, if you go to the bootcamp, there's obviously a difference, okay? Here you see if you're starting from the lowest level, here you see how you can scale your way up, right? Now, you could say that it's easier because the profit target is 5%, right? So you only need to make 5% to scale that account, but your max loss is 4%. So it's similar to the hypergrowth, but it's easier to scale bootcamp, but it's going to take a little bit longer to get to that level. But both bootcamp and hypergrowth, with those you're able to get to 4 million. Now, if you look at the high stakes, see that you can scale it to 5 million. No, 500,000. And at that level, when you get to a high enough level, you will get a personalized contract and the possibility of having a fixed salary, which is really cool option. Okay, so for Euro GBP, I want to see a break and a retest of the level above here. You know what? I think I'm going to be sitting down. I've been standing up all day, so I'm going to be lowering my desk here. No voice. Thank you. I've okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna focus on the chart here. Okay, let's do some actual trading here. Okay. So we got gold looking good in profit. We got NASDAQ in profit as well. Everything is looking good. Gold just had a low time frame retest as well. Shall we do a quick little market scan here? See if we can find anything interesting. USDCHF should be a fairly good. USDCHF should be a good long if we can break above this level. Looks like it's consolidating at range EQ. You can go out to the high time frames, and we do see the range EQ level right here, and the break and retest of that level, and we might trade higher. So that's the trade that I've got on my radar. Most likely it will activate after the reciprocal. Okay, I'm not gonna try. This is gonna be the trade. Something like that. Around 2R probably. Euro NCD. Yes, I will check Euro NCD. My favorite Forex chart. Go out to the 3-day, looking very strong, very, very strong. I feel like it shouldn't be trading up here. I feel like either it's a really good long here, yeah, okay, so either it's a very good long here, and if we break this level to the downside, we have a short opportunity down to this level. So a long trade around this level for a sort of a range trade, and I would say TP would be up here, or a break below this level for a move lower. Okay, I'm gonna give you one warning, and if you type in USD JPY again, I would have to remove you from the channel. Like, you spamming when no one else is writing. Okay, I gotta remove some people here. All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, so let's take a look. Okay, we got Euro NZD, possible bounce here, and then maybe we move lower. We could be looking for a short down to 185.43. Okay, let's take a look at GBP NZD. The music. Turn the music off. There we go. I don't know if it's too loud. Actually, you know what? Let's... you know what? Let's go in. Let's trade some gold. I'm sick of this, all of this analysis all the time. I wanna get some action. I wanna trade. Okay, let's move stops up here. We're gonna take a new position. We're gonna go long. Same stop loss. Same TP. Okay, let's go in here. So yes, to answer your question, Henry, or maybe that was Harash, but yeah, I will, I'm averaging in here. Yeah, I can do that. It's very simple. First of all, gold is very strong, as you know, on the higher time frames. We have a pretty clear structure here on the lower time frames. So first, what I'm seeing is the fact that we have a support here, and then of course we have a resistance area here. Let me remove the indicator as well. Not, you know what? Let's have them on. So basically, you see, this is a good support level. Whenever price comes down into this region, hopefully you can see the levels and everything is clear. whenever price hits this level, gold bounces. Not whenever, but so far it's been holding up true. And you can see that you have a low, a higher low, a higher low, and then I would say that this is also a higher low, and this could potentially also be a higher low. You can see the overall trend here is bullish. So it has bullish characteristics within this range, and it's hitting the support area in a way where I'm thinking that it's bullish. So I entered a long position here, also based on the fact that you're retesting this level. Okay, so this whole level right here is you see the red line right here, you have a untested level. You get a strong breakout and the price comes in strongly at that level. That was my entry, but then I had my stop loss all the way below this support in case price goes lower. Now I should probably exit this position maybe up here, but if you zoom out, I'm choosing to hold on to gold here because it feels like it's very bullish. I'm betting on gold continuing higher, and I wanted to test new all-time highs, but I want to make sure that I get out of the position before it actually reaches new all-time highs, and I'm gonna exit when it reaches the local top here. How many pip stop loss do you usually use when trading gold? I have no idea how many pips I'm using. Okay, I don't really care about how many pips or how many. Where's my pip? Where's my stop loss? Like, I don't really care about that when it comes to trading. What I care about is structure. Okay, so I care about structure. Where do I enter? At what level do I enter? Where's an invalidation level based on that entry? And it doesn't matter how many pips or whatever. And by the way, guys, I have one more account to give away today for the 60K celebration. So make sure that you do hit that like and subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. I am just now going in and activating the subscribers only chat, which means that you have to be subscribed to the channel to be able to participate in the live stream. So make sure you go in and check that out. I do know that my chart is not clear because I'm in MetaTrader, and MetaTrader is very rarely clean. So let's go over to TradingView. Hello to you, B Technician Trader. Welcome to the live stream. By the way, I've been banning a couple of people because you probably know who they are. I'm going to ban another one here. They come in and they say, like, they have a name for a system, right? They have a name for a system and they say, like, this is the best scalping system for gold. And then another one comes in and it's like, what's that system? Well, it's called this and you can find it here, blah, blah. It's all a scam, guys. It's all a scam. Do not try to buy into the whole idea of a specific system. If someone sells you a course on how to develop a system, how to backtest a system, that is what you should be looking out for, not a specific system that will make you a millionaire, because there are no systems like that out there. GBP NCD is actually quite an interesting. It's quite interesting here. From a technical perspective, it's looking really good. Yeah, looking really good. We're now inside the reload zone right here. Now, the best case scenario is, so you see here on the 4 hour, it's sort of a horizontal level-ish area. And you can see here that, All right, what's up, Liquid? Welcome. How's it going? Happy to have you here. I'm gonna be leaving soon, and you're just joining. But happy to see you here. Okay, so we're in the reload zone. It looks like obviously you have this trend line here as well. Looks pretty good. And then I believe we can also. I mean, I'm gonna put on a curve here, but still, I will show you why this makes sense. Getting another short signal on S&P 500. We're gonna check that one out quickly. We're getting quite a lot of signals here on the close of the 3-hour candle. It's going to be waiting for the indicator to be loading here, and then we're going to go back to whatever chart I was looking at. Okay, I'm not getting a short signal on these settings. Okay, so we have a short signal on S&P 400. We also have on CAD JPY. Nah, that's not a valid signal. What were we looking at? We were looking at GBP NZD. Okay, so this is on the daily, and I believe you can clearly see what I'm showing you here. This is a curved trend line or a accelerating trend line. Adding a curved trend line like this is sort of the same thing as using accelerated trend lines, which is basically you have one here, and then because the trend is now moving stronger, you have to adapt that trend line, right? So using a curved trend line like this is almost the same as adding accelerated trend lines. And you can see when I'm adding accelerated trend lines, it is showing a very similar pattern as the curved trend line, and the steeper the trend line is, the lower the probability of the trend continuing. So if the curved trend line would look, obviously if it's going to go like this, that will be, this can't happen because the market is never going to go backwards. But when the trend line starts looking like this, then you know that you're most likely at a possible top of that move. And what we see here on GBP NZD is a very strong accelerating trend. Welcome, Victor.
Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me, Jonatan. Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing today? I know you know what day it is, but it's the 2nd of April, 2025. I'm excited. I'm very excited. How about you, Jonatan? And how about everyone listening and watching us right now? Let us know in the chat. Benicia says, welcome. Yes, I say welcome to all of you. I'm happy to see you guys again. It's always a great thing. It's a pleasure being with you guys. It truly is. All right, so we have the news came out. That was interesting, Jonatan.
Did we have news? What news? ADP.
Yes, we had news came out. I think it was. Let me see. That was 45 minutes ago. On dollar news, that is, of course. The market didn't make any huge movement, but of course, after the release, it did have a move. Let me see on my chart. We did have a reaction, but it wasn't that much of a difference compared to where we are currently. So it's nice. Gold has been very, very strong, right? Holding up. It's right there. It's not giving any terrain. It's not giving back anything. It looks strong to me because given the let me show perhaps my my screen. Let me there you go. We have come a long way. This leg has been going on, this leg going up, this impulsive move has been going on for some time. And gold is, these are numbers from yesterday, but it's not giving back any terrain. Look at that, retracement or a pause. It's not even a retracement, a pause in a, what kind of retracement is that? That's not even a retracement. That's just a little breather for possible continuation to the upside, I would say. It's not giving back any terrain. If we look back, it's been holding up quite nicely. Look at that consolidation right there, close to that all-time high. So to me, that's oozing strength. I would say it's just a matter of time. If nothing else changes, of course, if everything remains equal, it should continue to go up. Given enough time. What would you say, Jonatan?
I would say yes.
I would thought so too. How is Bitcoin,
Whatever
by the
you
way?
said, I completely agree.
How is Bitcoin lately? We, at least during the sessions that I have been on, we haven't been looking to, or I should say I haven't been looking at Bitcoin that much. So that would be interesting to take a look at it today. If that's okay with everyone in the chat, let us know in the chat, guys. Do you want us to look at Bitcoin or no? We want to please you. We want to cater to you. We want to help you. And we want to use our time efficiently. So let us know where you want us to focus. What pair do you like? We know the gold is always a favorite in the euro, dollar, and pound dollar. But Bitcoin, I think, yes, Bitcoin perhaps as well, because, I mean, there got to be a lot of Bitcoin holders in any case, and perhaps also traders among the viewers. By the way, we have record viewing, at least just looking at these metrics that I see. We have very strong numbers today. I'm sure that is because you're doing such a great job, Jonatan. I want to thank you in name of the team for making this happen.
I think it's because you just came on.
All right, so let's look at Bitcoin. Later on, we have Trump as well. Ruby is announcing tariffs after the market closed, the equities market that is. So it'll be interesting to how the market will react to that. Of course, that is, the thing which everyone is looking, not only in the equities, in the Forex market as well. The tariffs can potentially have a very large impact on everything else. It can slow down economies. It can push us into recession, change monetary policy. In other words, it can have an impact on basically everything relevant for a trader, no matter what asset you are trading. So today's announcement, and I read some news that Trump hasn't decided yet which way he's going to go. Right? That is basically the definition of holding the trader in uncertainty. Hours before the news, the person who's going to take the decision still supposedly hasn't made a decision what way, how large these tariffs are going to be, when they're going to be implemented. I mean, isn't that like bringing us in complete uncertainty what to expect, basically? And that's something.
It's a bit crazy.
It is, and that's something traders, but especially investors, traders may be as well, but especially investors, they don't. Uncertainty is something you don't want to have as trader, because do you step out? Do you invest more? Do you lower risk? What do you do? Right? There's no clarity. You need clarity to be able to do that. So I'm very that will be a major driver, I would say, tonight. So if you are in a position, think it through. Is it worth the risk holding this up? Or if you're in some good profits, maybe secure some of that profit, or maybe close it all together and wait for another moment. Look for the waters to be, to calm down a little bit before you start doing it. And it's much more important to survive as a trader than to, catch the big fish today.
Definitely.
If you're not sure, let that big fish swim around and without you, and you catch the, the next one tomorrow, perhaps. It's much better that way.
All right, so Victor, so we're gonna do a quick little giveaway here. So we have done one giveaway before in the live stream of one account here today. We're gonna do the next giveaway here, and then after this giveaway, Alex will come in and keep you company.
Perfect.
All right, guys, are you guys ready? Let's do this. We got the last giveaway here of today. All right, there we go. We got Mohammed A. Mohammed A. Congratulations, man.
Congratulations, yes.
The winners of today's live streams are gonna get an email. So congrats, and thank you for joining the giveaway here today. I'm gonna remove my screen so that I don't share any personal information.
Sure. All right. So what let's look at Bitcoin. I think that would be interesting from a price action, right? Of course I read the news, and of course it has some weighing in some decisions I take, right? As an investor, and perhaps on a very long-term trading that I do, which I do as well. But on my trade plan, news is of no consequence, in the sense that whatever happens in the market, it's not an input to my strategy. So I would just trade the same, right? Same order block, same quasi, whatever the background, the fundamental background may be for that, move that I'm expecting. So in Bitcoin, it'll be interesting to see not the headlines, not the, the rumors and the expectation, but what is price telling us, right? In the end, price is always right. Price is king. So let's look at that in terms of order blocks and quasis, which is my way of looking at price action, right? To me, it is the expression. It's the language by which the market
we have a quasi
communicates with us.
Natural habitat. We have a
Hey, Alex.
Natural habitat.
How are you doing,
mic,
Alex?
Man, you gotta hold it in front of your mouth.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi there,
Okay,
Alex.
now that Alex is here, I gotta run. Gotta pick up my kid. I will see you all. I will see you all tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that one. We're gonna have Mike and Anastasiia starting the session, and we also have the ABL discussion panel tomorrow as well. So very, very exciting stuff coming up tomorrow.
Yes, indeed.
All right. I'm gonna leave it to it. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, Jonatan. See you tomorrow.
Ooh, okay.
All right. So as I was saying, what's important is the way that I interpret what the market wants to do or is doing currently is by, to me, reading the language of the market, which is what is the market trying to tell us, and the words that I consider, right, in that language, so to speak, quote unquote, are these concepts, the quasis, the order blocks, right? By the frequency and the sequence that they create, that the market creates these structures. That's a word, if you will, right? To me, that's how the market communicates with us. So let's look at the monthly time frame, just to zoom out a little bit. And what do we see in terms of recent price action in this time frame, right? So we start from where we are currently and we go back. Do we have any structure that was created lately? Yes, we have. We have a bearish monthly order block that was created, which is at the top. Doesn't surprise me you might see that's a bearish sign. Yes, it is, But then again, you got to put it into context. The context is that the market has been pushing up a lot. So it doesn't, at the end of such an impulsive move, it doesn't, it's not very surprising that the sellers, they take control, at least for a little bit. See, the bearish order block created here doesn't necessarily mean the trend is over. It just means there's a tipping point where one side is more powerful than the buyers. In this case, is the sellers are more powerful than the buyers. That's exactly what's happening here. Now, what's important to understand, what it means for us is, what does the market do next? What is does it have follow through, right? As you can see, earlier we didn't get that follow through, even though we had another bearish engulfing here. Instead of follow through, the market turned around, right? So it's telling you something. Yes, the sellers are taking control, but if there's no follow through, it doesn't mean that much. It's not going to go anywhere, right? The market needs to follow with that script. So in the case where we currently are, it's a little bit different. This time around, we did get a monthly order block, a bearish one. And if you consider this following candle, right? This is, I'm a holder of Bitcoin, right? So this is separate from whatever personal opinion I might have, just looking at the structures that the market is printing, right? That there's no arguing, the structures are there or they're not. These are objective structures, right? Based on the open, the high, the low, and the close. So what we can consider, the structures that are now being printed, doesn't mean necessarily that the trend is going to end and we're going to go south from here. But there is a difference in the follow through we got before. Earlier, we didn't get any follow through. And this time around, at least given these three candles, we are seeing some follow through. The order block has been created. Let me indicate it. Right, it has been created here with these two candles. And the third one, last month, the market went up, hit it, touched it nicely, as it does a lot of the times with order blocks when it's being reacted very nicely, and then leaves that wick. A wick which is bigger than half of the whole candle. Okay, you can see that the whole candle, if we take a retracement from top to bottom, this is the line, right? So it closed and left a wick bigger than the half, meaning it's actually a pin bar rejecting this order block, or actually rejecting the structure but confirming the bearish structure, right? So that's something we didn't see before. That's a change of character, right? We talk a lot about chalk in different ways. This is one example of reading price action, and just very simple, just by comparing what it's been doing before and what it's doing now in terms of behavior. So we can understand that in any case, it doesn't mean necessarily we're going to tip over and go, to 25,000 necessarily, but it does mean that the buyers are having difficulties holding these levels, and we're probably going to go, at least if it doesn't change around, we're probably going to be going a little bit lower, at least, right? Unlike before, with no follow through, you would say, I'm not seeing that move for much lower prices. But here we are getting some signs that perhaps the sellers may get they are getting a grip, and they may push price much lower. All right, so that's it. That's what we see on this time frame. So let's go deeper on Bitcoin. Let us know in the chat. What do you think of our stream today? And what do you think of what pairs we should be looking after Bitcoin, or any other requests you might have for us? Take advantage of the fact that we are here. All right, so what do we see here? We do have a quasi, right, a reversal pattern in its natural habitat, which is this Bitcoin, in this case, a weekly bearish quasi. See that higher high, and higher low, and then we go and break that structure, right? That's a quasi right there. and it comes back, and we had one order block, which is, let's see if I have it correctly. Let me put it here. We had one order block above us, and we had another one, which is here. They're basically so tied together, but I would still consider them, as long as the market hasn't touched them, I would consider them separately, right? Once the market has touched the upper one, then I'll consider the upper one to be the one at play. So that's the weekly order block. We have two order blocks there that indicate to us that if price comes to these structures and reverses, that we might see a completion of that quasi. This order block, you might ask, there's also an order block here. I personally do not trade these order blocks if they are too low in comparison to the rest of the structure, right? This is relatively low, too low for me. I actually have a rule for that, but let's not get too detailed right now. So these are the only two structures, and basically it's covering the whole upper half. So it's not very helpful, but at least we know that there are two structures there. And the market, we'll have to see when price gets there. We haven't gotten there yet, so we'll have to see if and when we get there, if the market is trying to transition back to bearish order flow, and if so, then we know that price is likely to be going at least to this level, and likely perhaps somewhat lower to the left. You have some consolidation here, which would be the obvious place for price to target. All right, so what do we have? So we have a weekly bearish quasi. It's looking, meaning the market is positioning itself for lower prices. Possibly, it's only a possibility, doesn't have to happen all the time. But the other thing that also looks quite weak is that we created a fresh order block, which is doing its job so far quite nicely. And what do I mean by that? Separate from the quasi, we have this fresh order block. See this fresh order block, which was created by these two candles? We are still retesting it. And so far, every time those 2 weeks that the market has tried to penetrate this order block, it has basically not been very successful, leaving that wick. It's not a huge wick compared to this one, but it's still a wick relatively big compared to the rest of its candle, meaning that in that candle, the net result of all the market participants was basically rejecting higher prices, right? That's why you have that wick. And we are in this tells us that the market is having difficulty going higher, and if it doesn't start building those structures, those bullish structure, which it might this week, right? The sentiment is changing on the fundamental side, so we might see it as well in price action. Hasn't happened yet, but if it were to happen, then that could change the situation where we'd be expecting some more price to let's say do something like this and penetrate some more. And depending on how that price action shows us, it may be going to that higher place. But even so, if it even goes higher, we still have these structures that need to be taken out before we can become bullish on Bitcoin. So there's a lot of work for price to change direction, and meaning it's likely the easier path is to go lower, right? So far this weekly order block has been doing its job. Let's do the top down, go lower on the top down analysis. On the daily time frame, we also have the same neckline, which is this here, right? This is the neckline, and let's mark the retracement to see if we have any new structures that was created. And yes, we do. We have one here, wasn't there before, and that's the only one we have. That's correct. Actually, the only new one, I should say, the only new one we have. So we have in both structures, in both order blocks on the weekly, that's the weekly, the bigger one, and the lower one, both of them, we have a refinement area, an area on the lower time frame which is tighter and gives us better opportunities because you can pinpoint and wait for that area to be reached before you consider any trades. So that's what we have on. The quasi is also visible on the daily, not surprisingly, of course. And we do have 2 order blocks, which if and when price gets there, we can start looking for a possible short. I know going short on Bitcoin sounds weird because, of its potential and everything. But hey, this is just price action telling us this. If price is going to go short, if going lower, it's likely to be making use of these structures before or as it does so, right? As it goes lower, meaning it could go higher either to that order block or to something lower, something higher, either that one or this one. If it's going to go lower, then that is one of the likely path that it's going to be taking. All right, so we have basically bearishness in the market. Let's look at if there's any sign of any recovery possible, right? If we consider this to be a possible bullish reversal, that would make this the left shoulder, and the neckline would be this right here, right? So long as in this time frame, so long the Bitcoin price doesn't take out this neckline, there isn't really a reason to be long Bitcoin, right? At least not on the daily, not as a trader, perhaps as an investor. But as a trader, it needs to break that structure, of course, right? If it's not breaking that structure, it's unlikely to go higher. So waiting for that neckline to be broken is your safe way to be, having the best probabilities in your trading, basically. So the level, for those who are interested, the level is it's 92, at least on this price feed on Oanda, 92,817.7, right? As long as the market doesn't take out this level, this neckline, there isn't really a reason for us to go long. All right. Okay, so that's that's on the daily time frame. I don't think, given this time frame, I don't think it makes a lot of sense looking for lower time frames, because at least as a buy setup, and well, even if you were to look, I would say this is the neckline. So right, for let's say an intraday trade long, it hasn't broken that yet. This would be, I would consider the head, the left shoulder, and it needs to break that line before we can start looking for anything else. Let's see. So all in all, the market may switch back to bullish, right? It will at some point, but it's not doing it right now. So let's not force or think something that's not there, or read into, try to force the market into looking bullish. It's not. And so let's, in such a case, it's either you stay away from it or you look for that short. And in that sense, let's go to the daily time frame to see if we can find structures that make sense to go short. And I do see, of course, an order block there, and it would make sense for price, if it is going to continue go lower, to use a path like that, right? Using those order blocks, because it's still fresh. It makes sense. So when price gets there, that could be a nice area to short Bitcoin. Yes, short it. That's what price is telling us. That's what the, considering who is in control, the sellers are in control on the daily, on the weekly, you would say, and also on the H4, right? You can see that downtrend coming down, breaking, making those lower lows and lower highs. So that's it. It's I can't, I would wish it is more bullish, but it isn't. So in that case, looking for that short would make much more sense, and it would be this, right? It will be the H4. There we go. That will be the neckline. That will be the head. See the head there? Well, that's not the right tool. So this is the head, the left shoulder. See that? The uptrend, the break of that structure, and it comes back to a relevant structure in this this time frame. So that means let's look for that structure. We have a couple of places where the sellers to control. Got this one. And we might have, I think there is another one here as well. Right, so these are the structures. I know they are, they're taking over the whole area on the daily, almost, but you can still define your risk based on each one of them, right? So when price gets here and you start getting that transition back to short, you can, this invalidates right above it, right? So you can still, it still helps you to define or refine your entry and your risk. So that's I would say that's it. I would wait for price to come to this area before going short. You could go scalping, of course, but I mean, in general terms, these are the areas that I would be waiting for, looking for that short, for that continuation to go lower. Yes, I would say that's where the opportunity lies currently in Bitcoin. So let's look at the chat to see what we have. A rising wedge according to M76 76 BB. I'm not going to go to that lower time frame, of course, because it's I think I like having the the panoramic view for everyone, because those bigger time frames, they are relevant to majority of people, if not every trader, right? The H4 is, I would argue, is still relevant, or actually very relevant for, even if you're scalping and you're not using the H4 necessarily, knowing what's happening on the H4 will change the win rate, your win rate, considerably, right? By knowing when to stay out of the market, when to change direction, things like that. Based on the H4, you can have better possibilities in your on your trading. Let's change the colors a little bit. All right, so that's it. That's Bitcoin. You guys have any questions on this one? Asking here, Victor, do you trade or are you using ICT concepts? I don't know. Am I? I'm using order blocks and quasis, and if he is using that, then I guess I am. But I'm not a ICT follower. I don't think of myself as someone who, I didn't follow his course or her classes, so I don't know what he teaches, and so I wouldn't be able to tell you. I do know, of course, that order blocks is very popular with ICT, but yeah. So am I doing ICT concept? I would say no, because I think he does a lot more and a lot more other stuff than I do. So I would say no, I don't. All right, so all right, Adil asking here if I'm looking at candlestick patterns along with order blocks. Yes, actually, the order blocks, in my definition of the order blocks, are a certain candlestick pattern, right? Not everyone uses that definition, but I think it's make things so much simpler, and it may not be as precise, but the objectivity you gain by using candlestick patterns is makes it a lot more sense to me in any case. So yes, I do look at candlestick patterns. What else? Let's see. Thank you, Paul. Thank you for your nice, kind words. Everyone, let's not forget to hit that like button. Yes, that button is there for a reason. It's for you to click it. Click it, subscribe to our channel, and make us more able to reach more people. The more you guys click on that button, subscribe to our channel, the more the bigger reach we will have, and reach more people. Not teaching necessarily, but helping, giving good advice, good examples as traders, authentic traders. I think that's very necessary in the market and in the industry nowadays, as much as it always has been, but especially nowadays with social media bringing all these unrealistic imageries and expectations that are not really conducive for a healthy mindset as a trader. Hamid, we miss you too, Hamid. Thank you. All right, so perfect. We have El Munita says he thinks I'm using ICT. All right, perhaps I am without knowing. All right, so also we have all right, so that's it. We have someone asking for EU. Do you guys want the EU pair to be analyzed, or would you guys look at something else, or you guys want me to talk about, I don't know, maybe the quasi, maybe order blocks, maybe whatever you want, price action in general? Okay, so let's look at the that's funny. All right, so let's look at EU. For that, we go to the monthly time frame. I'm going to do it rather quick. I can spend some time on the monthly time frame, but I know you guys want to be, as condensed. And I know I take my time when I do my analysis, and maybe not everyone likes to do it so extensively. I do, but then again, not everyone is the same. But I think there is. It's a way of thinking. It's a way of a way of handling, basically, right? It's a way of being by taking your time to do your things, whether it's doing the top-down analysis, whether it is checking your trade plan if it's done and followed correctly. Just being more aware, slowing down things can help you be more aware of what you're doing and why you're doing it, and perhaps, and maybe that's why I like doing it, make you more able to identify the moments you start deviating from your plan, or the moments you might start, I don't know, doing things a certain way or far from the ways that you should be doing it, right? By slowing down, you have more time to think things over, right? It's in life as well, it's a very good advice, right? If you have big decisions to take, it's much better to take your time, sleep on it a day, even a couple of days, and things will get clearer. The same thing with analysis. If you just glanced at it, compared to if you take your time, I'm sure you'll be able to spot more things and perhaps appreciate what's happening, put things better in perspective. And that's what you need to be doing. That's the analysis for. All right, so going back, let's start with the EU. We are on the monthly time frame, right? I'm going to ask myself just two questions. Do we have an entry order block on the quasi, or do we have a fresh order block in this particular time frame? And without going into the details and spending too much time in this time frame, we do have a quasi, and we have one order block, which is the monthly, which is above us. We're not there yet, so it's not relevant currently for us. So the market is setting itself up for lower prices, possibly, right? But it's not there yet. We haven't even reached the area, and it needs to reach it, then start transitioning into bearish mode, which it hasn't, right? So it can easily, well, not easily, but it can just as well just shoot and break these structures and start a new bullish trend. That's always possible. But so far, you got to go with what you have, with the evidence, with the data that you have. This is data, right? Price, previous price. These structures, these order blocks are based on that, right? So you got to go with these structures, and the structures are telling us that the market is possibly looking for a retracement from these levels, because that's what they are. They are supply and demand zones, just another way of indicating them. All right, so that's in the monthly. Other than that, there isn't anything for us to see. So the relevant area is above us. or the area of interest. On the weekly time frame, however, well, not however, we do have a bullish one, which was activated before. It's roughly like this. We have a downtrend, breaks the neckline, goes all the way to this top, and then comes down to this area, which is not a surprise because of the weekly entry order block we have to the left. And that's where we transition from bearish back to bullish. It makes a lot of sense. It's because that's how the market works. So once we understand that, that's why I have a TP here for the the completion of that quasi that I just showed you guys. It doesn't mean necessarily it's going to reach it, but in my mind, that's what I have as the target. If I were to get an entry in here, this would be the end of the structure, right? So it'll be initially my target, my end target, not my initial target, but my end target. Initially, I say because I could extend it to higher targets depending on other confluences in terms of time frames. But so far, that would be my target. So we do have a weekly bullish structure reacting very nicely to this order block. See how it wasn't able to close below it. So that makes a lot of sense. And we are reaching, if you look at the market, constantly is creating structures on both sides, right? Bearish and bullish. Yes, all the time, constantly, right? It makes a top, even when it's in a range, it reverses from that, higher place and comes back to some lower region of a range, right? What does it create there? It creates another reversal pattern. And that's how the market, that's the rhythm of the market. So it constantly is making bearish and bullish structures that it comes back to retest. Okay, so the same way we have a bigger quasi here, which we did react very nicely. Also, conversely, we also have a bullish. That was a bullish reversal, and we have a bearish reversal as well, which is the uptrend we got here, the break of that quasi, and it comes back for one of the two areas. This is actually not an entry order block we have above here, but the only entry order block we have is the one we are currently in for a possible retracement to lower prices, right? It's this structure on the weekly, right? And you can see, right, that once the market reaches it, that was a couple of weeks ago, once it reaches it, the market switches, right? It switches from this bullish price action, huge. Of course, this is just one candle, but on the daily and on other lower time frame, that's going to be a huge impulsive move to the upside, given that all of this happened in just 1 week. And once it reaches this order block, look at the change of character again, right? It changes, something changes, and you look back for what is the reason that it changed. You look back there, you have that quasi, you have that entry order block, reaches that entry order block, and it shows, given these two candles, it shows that bearishness coming back to the market. Doesn't mean, remember what I said at the beginning, it doesn't mean it's going to go south necessarily. What does it need to do or to give us for us to have more assurance that it's actually going to reverse? Does anyone in the chat paid so well attention to know once price comes into this weekly structure and it creates a bearish order block, right? An engulfing in this case, what does it need to do afterwards to indicate that which this engulfing will have actually a much lower extension to it? Or what does it need to do? Anyone? Some reversal signal, says Kim. Well, yes, that's indeed. But there's a word that I was looking for. That's exactly right. Some reversal signals on the lower time frame could be what you're looking. But is there? I said it at the beginning. After the market comes to a relevant area, right? Grab liquidity, sell orders. That's a good one too. Yes, that could be a sign. After the market comes to a weekly structure, right? It doesn't matter if it's weekly, anytime, but in any given time frame, it gets to the structure, the area of interest, right? Where you're expecting a possible change of direction, a reversal. And it does give you a candlestick pattern that indicates that the other side, the sellers in this case, took over. They stepped in, they sold the market. What does it? An outside bar? That could be one sign, but the word I'm looking for is Wicks rejection, says Raphael. Good. That's a good as well. That's very good. I was talking about that at the beginning. Very good. Haresh says outside bar. Yes, that's another candlestick change of character. Yes. What I was the word that I'm referring to, I think most, if not all of you, are seeing valid and correct answers. But the word I was looking for is follow through, right? So we identify the area first, which it needs to react on, right? After we identified it, we have to wait for market to get there. It gets there, and we need to wait for price to signal us, right? That change of character, that reversal sign, like outside bar or quasi on the lower time frames, that it is actually reacting to that structure, and then it needs follow through, right? So it's a number of steps before price actually changes direction and goes the other way. So what we are waiting is not waiting necessarily, but what you want to see is that follow through, right? The first initial candlestick pattern that indicates that the market is reacting of something, a structure you identified as an interesting structure, is good. That's a good step. We're going the right direction. But if it doesn't get that follow through, it's not going to change direction, right? What is follow through? Well, follow through is everything you guys mentioned. Those wicks, those bearish structures, not just one, but multiples, continuing like after another. Of course, it's not going to do 10 signs, but it needs to do more than just one. Sometimes it's just one, and let's say one sign as a follow through, right? So you give the first sign, first cue, and then it gives you a follow through, another one, a second one, and that's it. Sometimes that's it. But it needs to give you something. It can be wicks, it can be pin bars, right? Bearish pin bars. It can be outside bars. It doesn't matter. It needs to signal us that not only it has an initial intention of changing direction, but actually there's more power to it. There's follow through, right? And that's important to understand when you're trading, at least the way I trade, which is looking for those reversal signs within a bigger picture idea. All right, so we are currently in this area on the weekly time frame. So it is interesting to look on the lower time frame. We did get that bearish outside bearish engulfing, and we're waiting for that follow through on the weekly time frame. Hasn't happened yet, but that's the thing we're waiting for next. What would a follow through be in this time frame? One example would be, it gave us one order block already in engulfing. One would be another closing this week below this level, right? So you can have it as a test. At the end of this week, by Friday, you look at the close of the weekly time frame, right? The close of the session on Friday. And if it is, let's highlight it, if it is below 1.08156, very simple, right? Very objective. It is or it isn't. That could be your sign of follow through, right? Not just an initial one, but a continued pressure going lower. These are the signs that will increase your probabilities if you're looking for that reversal, right? Because the market it gives all kinds of signals all the time, right? Just single signals. But once it's repeating itself just more than just once, it's actually, you got to pay attention much more than, because it's not only saying it once and then changing opinion. No, it's actually saying it and continuing repeating the same message, meaning there's more people listening to this message, and that will, act upon it. Okay, so that's that's the price action reading. Let's see, we have a, all right, so we have the weekly order block, which is still fresh, which is the next thing that I want to say. So we have a quasi on the weekly time frame, which is being reacted very nicely. We had the first sign. We're waiting for that reversal, and the entry order block created a new fresh order block, which is we're now being retested. Let's go to the lower time frame to see if we can find that daily reversal or quasi, as you guys have rightfully said, right? So this, in my book, is not a quasi. I know it looks like a quasi, has a higher high, and it does have a valid swing point. This is a valid swing point in this time frame, but I wouldn't consider that the sellers took control in this swing high, right? And that's one of the criteria that see if to consider this a left shoulder. So in my book, this is not a left shoulder. That means that their price hasn't broken any structure yet. The structural break line is all the way down here, meaning that whatever reversal pattern that we might see here, it needs to either come in the future, right? So it still needs to come, maybe make it a bigger quasi, maybe shoot a little bit higher, right? Something like this, and then go the other way. That could be something, right? That would make this the left shoulder, this the head, and this would be the neckline. But it hasn't happened yet. Actually, the neckline will be here, but it hasn't happened yet. So we that's just hypothetical. It's not there. So although the weekly is very interesting, we got an entry order block, we got the signal or the confirmation that the market wants to reverse from here. We're still waiting for that follow through on the confirmation. Would already start looking for entries. But we haven't had the follow through yet. So I would say, in order to use the weekly, we need to wait for that daily to fall in sync as well. Hasn't happened yet, so that would be something we need to wait for coming sessions, coming days, that is. So it could be this week. We have NFP on Friday, let's not forget, or it could come from next week, right? Because Friday will be just 2 candles from here, and as you can see, that might not be enough reversal or space to do anything. There could be a much smaller reversal as well. I know it is not using the bigger swing point, but if it does share or show a quasi in this time frame within that weekly structure, then it is valid to be taken, right? So you could take something like this as well, even though it's not using this swing point. Doesn't have to do it all the time, exactly as we would have want. If it were to use these points, because they are larger, it would make the move down much stronger. But we'll see. We'll have to wait to see if that's indeed what's going to happen. In terms of zooming in, what we do have is a fresh order block on the buy side. Remember, this is a supply zone on the higher time frame. So whatever you take here, take whatever buys entries you take from this structure. Keep in mind that there is supply areas above us, so you don't get too ambitious with your targets. right? So we do have an entry, not an entry, just a regular order block, which is still fresh. We could go to the lower time frames, and I indicated on the H4, we did have an order block here, right, where we came back. This is a very beautiful, very technical quasi. I'll show you guys. There you go. That's the quasi, the established downtrend. It breaks the neckline, comes back. Where does it come back? To that order block on the H4, and then moves out, right? Very, very technical. In this case, it didn't come to my area. The area that I wanted to be retested was this area, meaning I was waiting for price to get this in this area to get my entry. Didn't happen. That's why I, being very selective has its pros and cons. And one of the things is you're not going to get everything, and that's fine. But that's, that's a decision that I made, not to be trading, try to catch every move, but being more selective. All right. So I'm still waiting for price to reach that. It looks like it's not going to reach my structure for me to get an entry. What else do we have? So that's on the lower time frame. We do have a daily. So based on that daily, I would say if you did get an entry in this area, if you are long, then the structure, the projected target would be, let's see, at least in the way I do it, would be 2 times the ATR from this candle, which would be 150 pips from this high, which would make it, actually, it's projecting all the way to the top, actually exactly to the top. That's very interesting, right? That's the projected ATR TP based on ATR. But because there's price action, I would, I would consider, the next order block in the opposite direction. In that case, that would be, of course, before this structure, right? So that would be where if I did have an entry here, that is the place that I would be targeting. Note that I'm on the weekly time frame, I'm expecting, or not expecting, I'm anticipating, waiting to see if price is giving us that follow through bearish. I can still take if the market is telling me on another time frame that a short is possible, and it gives me everything I need, it's still valid to take it, even though it is against a possible scenario, right? That follow through is a possibility, doesn't mean it's going to happen. Price action we should be following. So, all right, so something in that range, perhaps even targeting something on the lower time frame as well. So that will be that is one of the area. If and price were to close as bullish engulfing today, right? Didn't happen yet. That would be the follow through of this structure. You get the way of thinking. And if that were to happen, getting a reversal tomorrow into this area, or retrace into a higher time frame, that would be something that could be an opportunity for us to take a trade on, right? Something like this, and targeting that high initially if there's nothing else, right? So waiting for price to give you that follow through. It may do this. It may be a little bit higher. Who knows? We'll have to see what it does tomorrow, perhaps, when it comes back. And we still have to wait for this to actually close as an engulfing. All right, so that is EU. So we still have hi there. How are you doing? Thanks for coming by. While here, hit the button, the like button, like our channel. This goes for everyone watching. If you enjoy our stream, we try to give you some entertainment, some tips, education, help you out with giving you an idea, a sneak preview, not a sneak preview, and actually a view inside of how we trade. Funded, successful traders. Just watching, it's like you sitting next to my person, for example, and watching over my shoulder and looking at what I'm looking at the market. And, that could give you an idea what you can improve what you don't have to do everything the way we do, but by looking at an example, you might get some ideas what you can change and improve in your style as well. And actually, we have gotten to the end of our stream, guys. Time flies. It wasn't like a few minutes that I came on to the stream. It's already over. I haven't even started yet. All right. All right. So we have Hamid is asking, can we have a coffee break with Victor giveaway? We'll see. We'll see. We have in the Discord community. Yes, we have a Discord community, and it's great. Come by. The way to get in is by buying an account. On your dashboard, you'll find a link where you can get access to our community, where you'll find a very supportive community of like-minded traders helping each other, sharing ideas, and we have all kinds of activities organized for the traders, helping. One of the examples is, in about 45 minutes, I'm going to be holding a workshop, and we're going to be looking at the market, more technical analysis, perhaps talk about mindset, right? What is the proper, or perhaps someone in the group, right? It's a very intimate group, not necessarily thousands and thousands of people, but it's still, actually, I kind of enjoy that as well. That there is, there's attention to talk and interact with each other, and in these sessions we talk about anything that either bothers you or you want to be sharing in your trading journal, and just by sharing already helps most people. But in the process, you might get a tip or two from a fellow trader, or I would give you my opinion if that's what I think might be helping you. So it's an open invitation for you to get to our Discord community and join us in about 45 minutes. All right, so that's it for today. I would like to thank you all for your attention. I know it's sometimes it requires some energy to go through and watch the whole analysis, my step-by-step top-down analysis. But thank you very much for being here and making this channel great. Right, we're enjoying our growth, and we want to keep on growing. So hit that like button. And on that note, hope to see you guys tomorrow again for another episode of us delivering to you. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.